Japanese pottery, like the really traditional cups, the stoneware, the plates. I love that. My house is full of that in the UK. But Fukuoka in particular as well, because I'm building my startup. I could be anywhere in the world, anywhere in Japan. And I was really thinking, okay, who do I like the most, as in, again, people-wise? And obviously everybody says Osaka are super friendly, they're really easy to get along with. But when I came to Fukuoka, I felt, the people are friendly, but they're also really, really warm. I feel like people in Fukuoka are like really inviting and easy to make friendship with, not just to have a little joke, but it goes a lot deeper than that. So yeah, that's why I chose Fukuoka and chose Japan. It's the people.
Yeah, thank you very much for those kind words, David. I think if I may a bit share as well, I think David came to us a few months ago, without going into too much details, but I think he just landed in Osaka and then came down to Fukuoka
pretty much
by train, and dropped into FGN, had a quick chat, some help, support, some shenanigans that happened, and
saved my life more or less.
No, but I think a bit of a language barrier sometimes is difficult, right? But I think Fukuoka, albeit perhaps not as international as Tokyo, is trying hard and is trying to support international entrepreneurs and nomads like yourselves to onboard into the culture, into the local community. So with that in mind, how is it going so far, maybe with language, in the sense that are you guys able to enjoy a lot of activities, participate in the local ecosystem here or in Japan? Or if not, perhaps do you have any comments as to some interesting occurrences that you have?
I'll share one story about one thing I realized to be so true about Japanese culture that is manifested in something very mundane. In the US, when you drive, there's a red light, but if you look at the road, it's fine, you can actually turn, right? Turn right, you're given the rights. In Japan, if it's red, you don't move. If it's green, then you watch. If it's clear, you move. That really expresses the culture. Just think about it. I mean, nobody pays attention to this. Once I noticed this one, this is the manifestation of the culture. In America, if people tells you no, and you think it's okay, do it. In Japan, if someone says it's okay, proceed with caution. That really summarizes, the traffic light summarizes the cultural differences.
It's a bit of like, I think in the US, shoot first, ask questions later, while here it's like ask questions 3 times and then don't shoot.
Yeah.
It's funny, we have the same traffic light system in the UK actually.
Oh, okay. All right, so.
I think the UK has done a lot of shooting too.
Oh, well, we don't talk about that.
No.
A long time ago.
Ironically, I think that one of the only places in the US where you're not allowed to do the right turn on red thing is New York City. I think it's like specifically banned in the city. So maybe there's some parallel there between Tokyo and New York. But when I left Japan the first time before coronavirus, I felt like I could only move back to New York after being in these cities here. And there's just something to that when I think that, Japan does these massive cities so well. In the US, Manhattan is like the closest thing, and it's still kind of a small city by comparison, so yeah.
I feel like there's a subtext or a hashtag there, which is the word exploitation. In New York, probably people exploit that right, and that's why that right is taken away. And I think for all the audiences here, either you're from Japan or coming from outside of Japan, this word actually will, even we don't want to say it, it sounds like a negative word. It is one of the key words that is in the air. Are we exploiting the opportunity of Japan? Are we exploiting global opportunity to bring people into Japan? In businesses, some would say, first you start with exploration stage, where you try to find a business model, get the product market fit, and then you exploit it. Once you find it, you have to exploit it. So it's a good word. If you find an opportunity, you should exploit it. Now, what are we doing in Japan? Are we exploiting some opportunity? Are we being the opportunity for other businesses? Ideally, people exploit each other, and that's what we call win-win. So I think we really should be exploring into this exploring exploitation, is how I think about this word in a neutral way.
Now, it's a great word that you kind of came up with, well, not brought up, with in regards to your life as an entrepreneur, can you tell me then a bit more about what perhaps you guys are exploiting and how you attempt to capitalize on it?
In what sense, like specifically?
Perhaps maybe, I think with exploitation, there's a bit of a disruption and like an opportunity to kind of change how things are doing. Or perhaps, you find an avenue that, maybe things are done inefficiently, so you want to exploit that loophole or opportunity.
Yeah. I think if there's one thing that maybe a lot of us in this room are exploiting right now, it's probably AI, right? I hate to bring the talk in that way. With my business, leveraging ChatGPT, training bespoke agents to exploit how it handles information, so I don't have to handle that information. So rather than me reading through pages and pages of documents about a business's products and customers and the market and industry, etc., I can throw it all in the agent, ask it questions, and only get the information I need. And that's on a professional level, but even on a personal level, every day I'm using GPT to make sense of the world. So, as a technology, I think it's something we all will, either if we're not currently using it, we'll be using once we get our heads around how it works.
So, the other word for exploitation would be taking advantage of an opportunity. Obviously, for this conference being in co-living, I think there's a number of businesses operating in Japan that is taking foreign investment. That's exploiting yen's currency exchange rate. So that's obviously one thing where we also attract investments. Yen seems to be low historically, so investment would come into Japan to buy things. That's one obvious answer to that question. The other actually is the service quality. And I think this is a very important message for both, for me, and hopefully to share with you. We see a lot more foreign workers working in companies and rental car and gas stations. Like the workforce is shifting to foreign because of the demographic changes. That should be a great thing, right? We take in laborers that can help run the society as we know it. There will be some cultural conflicts or adjustments to that. The service quality is not like a Japanese. We see that all the time in our own business running hospitality. We see customers like, I want to talk to a Japanese staff when we have foreign students as our staff. Those kind of cultural exchanges, interaction, conflicts, whatever, is a healthy exchange. But I really want to share that in our point of view, Japan is the best in the world. I want all of our team member to learn from Japan's standard. But we also see, I am very afraid that because some foreigners will do things differently and frankly speaking, taking shortcuts sometimes. And if from a Japanese perspective, it's like, oh, these guys are taking shortcuts. Maybe we should take shortcuts too. If we don't do that, we may lose out. I am really afraid of that kind of phenomenon happening too broadly. So we should really uphold I think for Japan's advantage, it's really uphold that superior standard that the world recognizes and not be watered down as we take on more cultural exchanges.
So you mentioned the yen. I definitely moved into my apartment when the yen was at its lowest against the dollar. But aside from that, I actually, on the topic of exploitation, I was trying to think about this, and with our company, I feel like we're doing the opposite, where we're trying not to exploit. Because in the past, the reason why nobody's really succeeded in our space is because they sort of have had the attitude of like, just give us all your data, or just ignore these privacy issues, or whatever. And when I worked at Apple, privacy was like a top priority. And so we've gone to the trouble to engineer, that we can't see your data, that we don't track your location, we don't store anything. And so I think that the chance for us to succeed is actually from us not exploiting folks, whereas a lot of startups would take those shortcuts to try to launch more quickly, or maybe not take care of users. And it's hard to go back and fix those things once you've already sort of taken those shortcuts. So we've sort of taken the long road in that sense. But yeah, that's a really interesting topic, and I hadn't really thought about that. And maybe we should be taking more shortcuts. But yeah.
Well, I think there's a big topic in in big data and I think GAI, which is I think exploitation in the sense that I think privacy and also IP rights and all that stuff. But perhaps maybe for your sake, it's taking advantage of not exploiting that exploitation culture. Perhaps maybe there's a bit of that, right? Now, maybe if I can just bring the topic a bit round again, I want to hear a bit more of your guys' life as a nomad and an entrepreneur. Like, to be honest, I've been a little bit of a nomad too every now and then, or just moving to countries, but in my mind, I assume you guys have destination after that, but perhaps you guys, have a focal point in Japan somewhere. How do you guys do it? Like, to be honest, I'm hungover from yesterday night, and like, I can imagine a lot of moving and hanging out and getting into the local ecosystem that could kind of wear you down. Do you guys have any tips and tricks? How do you juggle both being a nomad and an entrepreneur?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think for me, I'm not the kind of nomad that moves every month. I fully agree with you. I haven't got the energy for it. I'd like to complain and say I'm too old, but I probably don't have the card for that yet. I like to find a place and get settled, really. That's why I'm in Fukuoka for the full year, at least. I don't know, maybe forever, we'll see. It still gives you the opportunity to, touch wood. It still gives you the opportunity to travel from a central location. Obviously, Osaka is, 2 hours away on the Shinkansen, probably, if that. And then the flight itself is, the airport's only 15 minutes, isn't it? So it's nothing. I think having a central location really helps. In terms of, I guess, the personal life, the nightlife, obviously Konbinis have their little, what's it called, Yukon or something like that?
Ukon, yeah.
Ukon, that helps.
Anti-hangover pills.
That does wonders, yeah. So that helps with the socializing and nomading, as you were.
So when I was younger, I definitely traveled a lot more than I do now. I've lived in, the simplest way to do that is to take every opportunity that is a job overseas, right? When I was in corporations, every mission that would send elsewhere, I would raise my hands. The first one, get on a flight, be on Nepal after the earthquake, trying to do reconstruction work. When I was in college, I would sign up to these environmental groups to go to Tanzania to do community projects. So every opportunity, just sign up for it and go. I prefer to go with a purpose. Everywhere I go knowing there's a mission that I want to achieve, and I will finish that and then I leave. The other aspect to it is always be useful. Going to a place, of course, naturally we will be learning and absorbing all the different information and new things a place could offer. But then to really sustain this lifestyle, I always tell myself just be very useful to everyone else there. Either it's a local community or the group that you travel with, then you will be invited everywhere, right? People know, okay, this guy is super useful. Exploit him.
I think, the gift of giving kind of thing, right?
For me, travel is kind of a relief. It's a great way of avoiding, or at least solving burnout. When I first started this company, I was traveling, I was moving every 3 to 4 weeks, which was creating stress for me because, finding Airbnbs and things like that was really inconsistent. That created a lot of stress that I wasn't enjoying. So even though the travel side of it was like awesome and, meeting new people and everything, the living situations were always kind of like, oh, you get there and this is broken, then you're playing landlord and you don't have time. And so when you do the year and kind of can settle in, it's like a little bit more chill. But when I started finding sort of these co-living places like Selena's, for example, or chains of co-living establishments, that made it a little bit easier because you could always kind of expect a certain level of consistency and also a community once you got there. But I mean, from a young age, even during university, I always used to get questions from classmates like, why do you travel so much? And we would just take the opportunity to just go do things whenever we could because, life is short. It's like there's a saying, the days are long, but the decades are short. And so kind of time flies and you kind of have to just slot things in when you can. So when I left Apple and started doing this company, I just kind of said, let me go on the road, figure out where I want to live and just go to all these places where I've been thinking about them and just want to go to them. And so again, for me, it's just a relief to be like, oh, I went to Easter Island. Oh, I went to South America. I went to all these places. And so that's sort of like a force that can push you farther, I think, if you are comfortable and can function in that environment. So it's kind of nice.
I think Ben really called out the most important problem, which is always living, right? Going to places, if you don't have a place to stay, you're still just renting a hostel and living out of backpack. That really doesn't give you the base to become very productive yet. So the whole co-living, co-working network that when I was younger didn't exist is such an important infrastructure for this to be possible, and that makes the whole conference valuable. We want to make this infrastructure much more accessible and robust so that people can do this more often.
Do you guys remember the days where you had to specifically find places which have Wi-Fi and a power outlet and like cafe?
Internet cafe, yes. Internet cafe was so important. It's like the Pokemon Center that you have to go charge
You
about.
could sleep there and take a shower and read all the manga that you want. Yeah, maybe Japan was the forefront for the nomad community.
Probably, yeah.
So then maybe with your experiences, then is there something like notable for on the cultural side of activities that you guys found that was most eye-popping or most interesting or perhaps shocking in your journey into Japan?
Okay, I can go right away.
Other than the driving one or the
Yeah, not the driving one, the other one. If you have a cell phone, try to lose it today. You'll get it by the end of the day. You'll get it back. That's worldwide unheard of.
your wallet too, I think. Something. And your wallet as well, I feel. And
Wallet I haven't experienced myself, so I can speak for it, but phone, it was like 30 minutes, came back. Wow. It doesn't happen anywhere else in the world, but this is what Japan can miraculously achieve every single time. So I encourage you to go lose your phone today and try to get it back by the end of the day.
I think for me, like just being able to just work absolutely to the limit and then be able to find a restaurant where I can just have a meal that is really just great and easy and then go right back into working is, I've never really found a place in the world that sort of helps sustain that better than here. And just the efficiency and the resources and the fact that there's just so much to choose from, for example, in the city and just all these restaurants and things like that. I just think the food is great, it's affordable, and it's healthier. Like the quicker food options here, I think, are a lot healthier than in the U.S. So just that whole the ability to sustain high workloads is unparalleled in my opinion.
no, I think I do miss my New York style pizzas and bagels every now and then, but
They have that in Tokyo. I don't know.
yeah. I think
know.
if anybody's interested in bringing that down to Fukuoka, please,
Business opportunity.
I will
Fukuoka, growth next.
please
Pizza.
come there. I will invest personally the little that I have. David?
I'm probably echoing a lot of similar to you, Ben. I think the level of service quality here, definitely in terms of what you what you pay for, the quality is just unbelievable. I think the reason I chose also Japan, obviously it's a cheaper place comparison to a lot of the world, but compared to the rest of Asia, not only is the price good, but also the quality that you get for the price is incredible in so many ways. Whether we talk about infrastructure, whether we talk about trains, whether we talk about bathrooms compared to a lot of Asia, there's definitely a lot to be sought after from cleanliness and hygiene and just the quality of standards. So yeah, I mean, I kind of knew that coming here, but it's definitely something that I'm very happy with.
What's your favorite dish, if I may ask? I mean, with the
Dish?
in the food scene.
What do you mean, like Japanese food?
Japanese
or?
food, or yeah.
Hard to beat Hakata
Oh,
ramen,
every-
isn't it? Hakata ramen is pretty top-notch. Ichiban, eh?
Do you guys have anything? The ramen is your go-to.
Unagi.
Or unagi. Oh,
Yeah, unagi's
unagi don.
the jam.
A single dish, it's pretty hard to choose, but I really like kushiage experiences. The ones where you don't order anything, the chef just keeps serving you. It's such a great experience for conversations to go. I mean, it also is a uniquely Japanese thing where the chef's empathy is so high. They observe your conversation, see where you are with your drinks and whatnot, and then they serve you the dish that they think you would like. That takes such a high level of service ability and hospitality to achieve So it's not the dish itself, it's that a co-experience of the interaction between the diner and the chef that I really liked.
Interesting.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, also with I think the oshibori kind of thing, right? You know, in most restaurants they give you kind of a wet towel so you can wipe down. So it's like, oh, you know, otsukare-sama desu kind of thing. You've had a hard day. Welcome to our restaurant. Please enjoy kind of thing. I think that's I don't think you find it anywhere else.
Yeah.
In Switzerland, though, if I may just a quick side note, I did find a place that gave oshibori. It was a sushi sashimi place. But then when I asked for two, they actually brought out a sushi sashimi set called oshibori, and I was really let down.
Oh, wow. I hope it tasted better than oshibori.
It was edible. Oh.
Don't wipe on the head though.
No.
But just extending what you say as well, I think also one of the best experiences, I really like to go to ryokan here, especially when it's, you know, run by like a, you know, Oba-san or Oji-san, you know, like, and it's such a lovely atmosphere. Even if there's language barriers, they're just really warm and caring, and the food, the selection that you get is so nice. And if they have a little, you know, onsen with it as well, it's, if anybody's here, you know, visiting Japan and hasn't been to ryokan, really highly recommend it. One of the best things you can do here.
I think I've heard of like some experiences where like, okay, there's a language barrier perhaps, but like if they find out that you're from Manchester, if you're, you know, British, then they make that extra effort to make you like, I don't want to make it stereotypical, but like say Spudman type, you know, baked potatoes and beans kind of thing, right? But you're here in Japan to kind of get away from that. So
Yeah. We had natto, so that's technically beans, right? But
True that.
yeah.
Now, since we're coming down to the last 10 minutes, kind of want to maybe bring back to your businesses and perhaps taking a few minutes each, I would like to ask you guys to maybe do a shameless plug, or not a shameless plug, you know, see if there's anything that you guys want to say, anything that you feel like you want to talk to, you know, maybe talk about your business, or maybe if there's some shout outs that you guys want to do. I want you guys to give you this opportunity.
Okay, I'll go first. So I already sort of introduced Treetop, the app that we're working on. But again, we're releasing an app. And if you want to try it today, you can actually, I don't know if the code will scan on these monitors, but if not, then you can find us on the App Store, and you can use the invite code Fukuoka to get into the app for the next few days. So again, it's built around privacy. I used to work at Apple, so we're kind of building things to a Apple grade of quality as much as we can with a small team. We're not the scale of Apple, but iPhone only right now, but it again lets you share your updates about where you'll be. So our slogan is "Say where you'll be," and lots more to come. It's a really exciting platform play. So hopefully we'll be back to tell you about all the exciting updates in a future year. Knock on wood.
So we go by our umbrella brand EXP as our business, but the company name that we registered 10 years ago was called Spaces Limited, Limited Corporation, Spaces Limited. That's when we started doing hostels, guest houses, various real estate projects, and later on, recently, we realized of all the many digital nomads, which were less clearly defined back in the days, is the limitations of resources, right? When you move around, one thing that is very difficult is to build a team, a consistent team. You work with different people, so mainly the most consistent resource you have is yourself, your own time. And how do you manage your time becomes the real art of sustaining this lifestyle. So we later had a company called If Time is Limited, and that's where we do the software development. That's our tech wing, and we also have an application on the App Store. It's called Core. What we believe makes or breaks a successful nomadic life or solopreneur life is how efficient you are with your time. Listening to our users, some of the trickiest one is talking about payments. Like talking is great. Like, let's do this, and then when you talk, oh, it's actually going to cost you that much. Okay, maybe next time, or what? Or you have to start saying it earlier or whatnot. And then when you get paid, what's your bank account? Can I do wise? Foreign transfers, kind of stuff. All this problem is very, very real. So we built an app to make all this much easier. All right, if you want to do this is just send people a link, and has price point, skips so much trouble. People look at the price. Actually, most people are willing to pay. They just want to know it clearly, transparently, early in the stage. So we are building a very simple business platform that support solopreneurs all the way to co-living spaces, managing 20, 30, 50 rooms, operations with a team of 10, 20. So it is that kind of systems that we really are driving to help empower more entrepreneurs and operators in the world.
On that note, I mean, do you have any operations in Fukuoka, or are you in the Fukuoka market as well?
No, the last time I was here was 20 years ago, landing with a bike, biking around Kyushu, and then giving up halfway up Nassau and coming out. And this is my second time in Fukuoka. I hope there will be a third soon.
Here, please.
Stuff. Thanks. Yeah, I thought I would go last on purpose, actually, because I was struggling to reflect on how best to give a good pitch about my business in Japan. The reason it's challenging is because my industry, service design, design thinking, I would say is not super popular in Japan yet. What is popular, you probably all know DX, digital transformation, that's kind of taking off. But I was in Tokyo last year speaking to a lot of other people in my industry, trying to understand why design thinking, customer experience design isn't as taking off as well as I think it is in the West. And I spoke with Toyota, I spoke with a couple of other consultants like Capgemini, Cognizant, who are all having their office here. And the main word that came up was omotenashi. So, I mean, for those in the room as well, omotenashi, kind of a sense of everybody cares about the customer, everybody is considerate, and everybody is thinking and feeling. That's very much customer experience to a degree. But I think that the gap between omotenashi and design thinking is the organization of this customer experience design. It's how do we have our systems and processes to make sure all this great knowledge and insights and ideas that different people have, different frontline staff might have, how do we organize that to make excellent products and services? How do we innovate as a business based upon the business's knowledge, not just one executive who has a great idea? How do we organize that information internally? So I think if there's anything I'd recommend for people in the room is just do a bit of research. Go and have a look at design thinking. Connect with me on LinkedIn. I occasionally post content. We'll be having webinars soon. And I'll also be talking at Pablo's conference next week, Soft Landing, so there's a little more information there. But yeah, design thinking, customer experience design, I see it really as a next step from omotenashi in helping us innovate and be more customer focused. So I'd highly recommend that.
Do you see like a difference between the design thinking and omotenashi? Well, perhaps from the British culture and Japanese.
Yeah. So one thing, and I hate to point it out, government services. So I think a lot of us in the room, if we use Japanese government services, it's very manual, it's very paper-based, can be quite a long, complex, slow challenge to get anything done. And it's interesting, I was watching the, was it Estonia, the presentation yesterday? And they were talking about how their government services, everything's digitized, makes it easy, makes it quick, makes it very, very fast and efficient. More than anything, it saves time and money on the back end, as well as providing a great customer experience on the front end. I think the UK, Australia, USA to an extent in terms of government services, there's still a lot of challenges there, right? Really do well at employing, digitizing their services. And if you're going to digitize a service well, don't just put it online, employ design thinking to make sure it's actually what you build is centered around the customer and their needs. So some of the people I was speaking with in Tokyo last year, they are also working with local Japanese governments to start to digitize some services. So I think over the next maybe 5 to 10 years, we'll hopefully see an improvement in there. But I think, government services is a great example.
Totally. I think in Japan, everything is there's still a lot of paper-based, hanko style fax machines, which is all great and dandy sometimes, right? But then again, I think I'd rather be stuck in a Japanese driving license school than the DMV in the U.S. I think that is probably one of the most harrowing experiences I think that I've ever had. But if I can maybe shamelessly plug a bit of myself and where I work. So I support the city, as I mentioned earlier, at FGN. It's called Fukuoka Growth Next. It's the premier accelerator and incubator hub in Kyushu. If you are an international entrepreneur or you're a local entrepreneur that has a business idea in mind or want to talk and chat about it, you're more than welcome to come over at FGN. We do 0 to 1 and 1 to 10. If you are interested in incorporating, if you need visa support, etc., so forth, we can support you there. So please don't hesitate to come over there. Or I'm looking forward to maybe meeting you all as well, maybe giving business cards and etc., so forth. So please don't hesitate to reach out to me as well. And separately, I work for this company called 010 Park. We operate co-working spaces throughout the Kyushu area. We have 4 so far in Fukuoka, and a few more throughout Kyushu, some in Tokyo. We have these nomad plans too. So if you guys are looking for a working space, please look up the company in 010 Park, and you are sure to find that co-working space. Now, we're on a shotgun, last few seconds coming out to this event-ish, but maybe as a final word, or it could be a phrase, can you summarize or sum up your life or your business or your dreams or objectives in Japan or your hopes? If there's one word that you could use to summarize maybe what you guys are doing or what you feel emblematic is who you are or your business.
Connection and community.
Maybe adventure, experience.
I can't do this one word thing. I will share very quick one story.
Okay.
3 days ago, I was at a jazz bar speaking with a Japanese gentleman. I am dressed quite Chinese because I thought we had to dress up for the No Theater for this honor of being on such a beautiful stage. But anyway, he told me that his uncle, his father's brother, was part of the army that was into China. So I said, okay, that makes us, a generational, because our parents or grandparents also obviously had some cultural, conflicts as well. And he said, but he came back to Japan, and he was based in Hiroshima. And one day, his uncle vanished. We were drinking whiskey, listening to jazz music, and that conversation happened. I think without traveling deeply and meeting people to that level, you really don't see the world in such a perspective. And I think the work of co-living digital nomads are an extremely important force to avoid the Third World War. I really believe in this. So this is such an important work that we're doing, and I want everybody to see this important mission. Thank you.
All right. Thank you guys again, for joining me at this panelist session. Thank you all for coming here too. I think it's because of you guys that we are able to be who we are. Please, give a round of applause to David O'Donnell, Jun Liao, and Ben Guild. Thank you, and I think we'll be back shortly with another session.
Okay, thank you for the wonderful talk. It made me excited to go see FGN and the other local co-working spaces. Okay, so we're gonna have a small break, then start the next segment that is, the local pitches from Japan's regions. Yes, we're getting the people prepared, so they'll be right on stage. We will, so take it easy for a few minutes, and we'll get right
Minasan, so before I call the first person in, I would like to ask you for a small favor. We're not that many. It's a very nice, small panel. You know, so can you please come a little closer? Can you please come a little bit closer? The ones in the back, come a little bit closer. Make it easier for the people to give an amazing performance for you. So please, if you find it in your hearts, please come a little bit closer. Also, I will do my best because there are a lot of Japanese people. I don't speak Japanese. Yeah, Nihongo hanasemasen. Demo, they told me to say to everyone, Minasan, moriagatte mashou ka? Okay, Nihongo hanasemasen. All right, so are we ready to start with the first destination? We have a lot of destinations. We have 6 destinations to talk about. So, the first destination is a nice blend between 2 prefectures. One destination in 2 prefectures, in Yamaguchi and in Fukuoka Prefecture. It's a bridge between location. So our first destination is Kanmon. Come on, Kanmon! Yoroshiku onegai shimasu! One more time. Come on!
Why don't you come to see?
Hey! Everybody! Hello! Yes! Oh, too small. Hello! Okay, everybody! Woo! Thank you! I'm Guitar Samurai. Japanese last samurai. Do you know?
Do you know? Yeah?
Yes? Yes?
Yes?
Really?
Yes? Really? No?
No? Oh my god. Oh.
Ah.
I'm Japanese #1 famous comedian. Okay?
Number 1.
#1. Okay? Picture, come on. Okay? Yeah. Everybody, Japanese tourism. Where I should go? That's what you say. Delicious food. Amazing view. Great history. That's... Come on! Woo! Okay?
Okay.
Today's keyword, come on.
Come on.
Everybody say, come on! 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 Repeat 100. Come on! Come on! Come on! Okay. Oh! Nakama! Nakama!
My friend.
Hey, Nakama! Hey! Hey, Nakama! Hey!
Okay, I'm gonna introduce the Kitakyushu City and about Shimonoseki. So first I'm gonna explain about Kitakyushu City. Kitakyushu is just located by 50 minutes with the bullet train from Hakata Station. We have lots of yummy food because we are surrounded by the ocean and the mountains. And also, we have lots of tourism spots also. For example, Kokura Castle, Hirazai, Mojiko Retro, and also the best night view in Japan. So why don't you come to Kitakyushu? Come on! next for Shimonoseki City. Shimonoseki City is only 5 minutes from Kitakyushu City. That means 20 minutes from here. And there's 2 big points of Shimonoseki City. So first, we have lots of historical areas in Shimonoseki City. That's why it is really important for Japan. And the second one, we have lots of nature attractions. For example, marine activities. And also you can go camping and hiking. So why don't you come to Shimonoseki City? Come on! Come on!
今日はこの会場で皆さんに漢字を書かせてもらいます。
Oh.
So today, if you go to her place, she would write kanji because she's a shodo artist. She's a famous Japanese shodo artist. She would draw for you. And he's gonna play the instruments too. Okay. So let's say come on together. Are you ready?
Yay!
So,
Come on! Come on!
では皆さん、one more, please. では、come
Come on!
on! Welcome to my beloved hometown. Come
come
on!
on.
Come
Thank
on!
you.
Bye! See you later!
これはご丁寧にどうも。They told me that means thank you. I don't know. 日本語を話せません。Right. So our next pitch. Thank you for the team from Kanmon. Our next pitch is 2 destinations that are too far away. One is in Shimoda, which is close to Tokyo, and the other one is Kotohira, which is a little bit closer to here. So how are these 2 places combined? Well, let's find out. Warm round for applause for Elena-san and Yori-san. Warm round of applause.
Hi everyone, I'm Yoti. I'm from Kotohira, and then my friend Elena is supposed to be here, but she's not here, so I'm gonna just start. Okay. Yeah, no, she's not here. And then, okay, so I'm gonna introduce 2 cities, which is one in the Shizuoka, Shimoda, and then one in the Kotohira in Kagawa. And why we are doing together? Because we have same concept, which is we have, if you come to our city, you can dive into the local community. It's deep community. And then, I don't know what to talk, sorry. I'm very nervous. I think, thank you. I need more applause, thank you. I think I need a friends. I think, oh, thank you, there's friends. I think I need a friends. I think they're coming. Good boy. Hi, thank you for coming. Oh, so you came to help us. Thank you. Okay, so now we have friends. Okay, thank you. So we have friends from Shimoda and then Kotohira, and then I don't know who he is. I think it's Yadon from Kagawa. We have udon in Kagawa, so I think we brought him. Okay. What do you want to do? I think you want to do the Korean response? Pika. Pika. Pikachu.
Pikachu.
Okay, why we have Pikachu here? Because Shimoda is a city which is in Pokemon first city. Like it's a model of the Pokemon City. That's why they're doing. I mean, Pikachu is here. Okay, so our concept is you can come to our city and then dive into the deep local city. So, thank you. And then you are the Pokemon nomads. Pokemon nomads, right? Right? Thank you. And then we gotta catch them all. Okay. Okay. Okay, now I remember you have the Pokemon ball. So I catch you. So we have a booth in the lobby. You need to come there. Okay? So that's you are mine. You are mine, okay? Thank you. And then oh yeah, we need to do the selfies. Okay. No, leave it. Okay, thank you. So we have the program, Shimoda has program in November for 1 month, and then Kotohira has program in December for a week. So if you want to know the details, please come to our booth. And then, I mean, the person who has the ball, you need to come. I remember you guys. Okay. Okay, that's it. Do you want to do? We have the 30 seconds. What do you want to do? Okay. What? Yadon is here. Hello. I think we are going. You gonna stay? You wanna stay? Okay. Bye-bye. Thank you, guys. See you there. Thank you.
心の底から感謝しております。Oh my God, I wasn't ready for this. I love Japan. I don't know what to tell you guys. Thank you so much for Shimoda and Kotohira. Our next destination is a small island, very close to here. You can go with a boat from here. But even though it's so small, it has everything a digital nomad can ask for. It has a co-working space, it has a co-living space, beautiful nature, beautiful, amazing food. So please, warm round of applause for the representatives from Goto Island, Tani-san!
Hello, my name is Kazuya Tani. I'm an employee of Goto City Hall. My job is promote to remote workers like you. I would be happy if you became interested in Goto Islands after listening to our promotion. About Goto Islands, Goto is attractive island with beautiful nature and delicious food. However, it is not well known and there are few tourists because Okinawa is the most popular island in Japan. So it's perfect for people who don't like crowded places and want to spend time surrounded by nature. As for access, it takes 40 minutes by plane from here.
Hello everyone, my name is Akane Imamura. I'm not living in Goto, but I know I'm one of big Goto fan club. So I decided to join to this presentation like 30 minutes ago because, you know, he's alone here from Goto Island and he has to present after that Pokemon group. So I just joined to. Yeah, so I love Goto, so I just joined the presentation. Thank you very much. Now I'm going to present what the biggest now I'm going to present the place of Goto. There's so beautiful nature and beautiful sea and mountain. If you climb to Onidake, you can see the shooting star and Milky Way all the season and fishing. you can. If you fan of fishing, you find so beautiful sea and so many fish in Goto Island. And after, you can also join the so many food, raw fish. Do you like tuna? Have you eaten tuna? Tuna raw fish sashimi? Yeah, thank you very much. You can eat so delicious tuna and kibinago raw fish sashimi, and you can also even taste udon, specialty made in Goto udon, and there's also beef. You can eat delicious Goto beef, and there's sweet potato, especially in Goto, and we have traditional food menu, which is sushi cake with sweet potato. If you like mochi cake, rice cake, you can eat also in Goto. Thank you very much. And after that, there are so many facilities for digital nomad in Goto. There's co-living. Goto is very small island, but there's so many places to stay. There's co-living and this hotel with co-working space and cafe. There's so many co-working spaces in Goto, so you can find many local friends there. And there's also the co-working space, so where you can see the ocean in front of the space, so you can walk in front of ocean. There are so many places. And now we have promotional video of this island, so enjoy it. Go. 動画お願いします。There's airport in Goto too.
I found your shirt behind my sweater. Must have been in there all summer long.
See, there are so many beautiful places and co-working spaces, cafe and restaurants.
For a minute I forgot you were gone.
Also, you can rent a bicycle. So you can go around those islands with bicycle. And then there's many walking space and cafe to walk.
I look down to the street and I see us. You're a beam of light, a beautiful narcotic. But I'm alone again on the city bus. I'm on the way down, a stranger on the west coast. I don't know how I never got past that with the girl that I don't know.
I know many people go to Okinawa, and Okinawa is very famous place, but there are so many tourists. So if you need more relaxed time, please go to Goto because there are few people. There are only few people in ocean front, so you can join the beach and activities. And also food is very delicious. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you. We are waiting for you on the Goto Islands. Thank you very
much. See you in Goto.
この号は一生忘れません。These things are getting bigger and bigger. I have no idea. 日本語話せません。Our next destination. I'm taking you to all the places in Japan today. I'm so excited. We're going to another island. Another island for you. There are people in the back are excited. This is a different type of retreat where you will be close in nature, where you will have time to be yourself, to express yourself, to find yourself. So for the next event, we are going to Okinawa and we'll have Matt and Ayoko-san.
We heard you're making the journey to Okinawa. How exciting. Our islands may be small, but we promise they'll satisfy a curiosity of any size. Prepare to nourish your body and mind. Sights you've never seen. Dishes you've never tasted. Cultures you've never encountered. All await your arrival. Enjoy your journey into the unknown and unlisted. Let your curiosity guide you. Be Okinawa.
Hello, everyone! I'm Matt. After traveling hidden gem around the world, I found my paradise here in Yambaru, Okinawa.
Hello, everyone. I'm Ayako. I'm the community manager. We're so excited and happy to invite you to an extraordinary retreat in Okinawa. Our program runs from November 8th to 22nd. While it's a 2-week program, you are welcome to stay for a shorter period too.
Why Okinawa? Because this is where magic happens. Here in Yambaru, we have it all. Crystal clear waters, beautiful forest, and perfect Wi-Fi. Yeah.
Really important, right?
It's where traditional Ryukyu culture meets modern remote work.
Let me share why Okinawa is the perfect destination for digital nomads. Okinawa is located in the center of Asia and connects seamlessly with major Asian hubs. It can be reached by air in less than 3 hours. Okinawa is a place with a tropical climate, boasting an annual average temperature of 23 degrees, where you can enjoy outdoor activities and work by the beach. It's also one of the safest and most affordable regions to live in Japan.
Picture this. Start your day with beach yoga. Work productively in nature. Dance to music as a sunset. And share stories with new friends. This is not dream. This is Nomad Resort Okinawa. What makes us truly special? It's not just about our beautiful location. It's about the community. Our community is growing around Japanese nomads. We want to make Yambaru a global hub for worldwide.
While Naha in Okinawa is often seen as urban or touristy, northern Okinawa, where we are, Yambaru, offers a completely different charm. Visiting on your own is great, but spending time with us allows you to experience the true essence of Okinawa. If your schedule allows, don't miss the chance to discover the true beauty of Yambaru. The investment for the life-changing experience, just $350 for 2 weeks of 4 community gatherings, entrance fee for co-working spaces, transportation between some sites, and we have original t-shirts and towels too. Here's a hot tip. Flights from Fukuoka to Okinawa are super cheap right now. It's just $38 one way.
38! Wow!
That's less than the cost of dinner, right? Book early to grab these deals. We have 3 types of accommodations. From just $16.17 per person per night.
Are you a member of Fukuoka Cravers? Are you a member? Okay. Yes. Great news. You'll get a special 15% discount. Woo! Join us this November in Yambaru. Don't miss the chance. Visit our website to book your spot at Nomad Resort Okinawa. Let's create a future of the digital nomad life together. See you in paradise. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Ayako-san, Matt, thank you.
Arigato.
This one was a short one. I found it myself. All right, 2 more destinations. Do we still have energy? Excellent. 2 more destinations. So the next one is a place with a lot of culture, but at the same time, it's quiet, it's peaceful. It's not like Kyoto, which is so busy, so you have time to really appreciate what's happening and immerse yourself into the Japanese culture. So for our next destination, please welcome Chichi-san from Kanazawa. Applause, please.
Yes, so I came here alone, so I took my Pikachu friends. Yeah, hello everyone. I am Chichi. I work as a community manager at the co-working space. So today I'd like to introduce my hometown, Kanazawa. But first of all, does anyone here love sushi? Please raise your hand. Does anyone love sushi? Yay, thank you. Great, great. So then your next destination is my hometown, Kanazawa. So if you love sushi and enjoy beautiful and delicious things, Kanazawa is a perfect place for you. So Kanazawa is a city in Ishikawa Prefecture located in Hokuriku region and facing the Sea of Japan. So there are many wonderful things about Kanazawa, but I tried to narrow it down to just the 2 greatest features. One is traditional and one and delicious food. So you can find the Japanese traditions all over the country, but Kanazawa is special. In Edo period, when samurai lived there, the tea ceremonies and no theater were not just for nobles. They were shared with ordinary townspeople too. So the tea utensils and the costumes made back then are still part of daily life today. And Kanazawa is also famous to Kenroken Garden. It's one of Japan's top 3 gardens. And also, you can visit the old Chaya district where geisha perform dance and music. Since Kanazawa was not damaged in World War II, so the city kept much of its Edo-era charm. You can still feel history and tradition all around the town today. And the second highlight of Kanazawa is its food. Ishikawa Prefecture offers an abundance of fresh seafood from the Sea of Japan. So that thanks for the freshness, the taste and the texture are exceptional. So you can enjoy crab, sweet shrimp, and oysters, all carefully prepared by skilled chefs. So sushi is a must-try dish when you visit. The region is also blessed with great produce like vegetables and high-quality rice, so you can serve Japanese sake too. And here's a good news for you. We've created a special co-living program in Kanazawa just for digital nomads. The main week will run from November 21st to December 4th, 2024. It's 2 weeks of exciting opportunities. The home base for the program will be our hotel, Linus Kanazawa. It's a place where locals and guests from around the world come together. The program offers free co-working spaces and a day trip to Noto Peninsula and business matching opportunities with local companies and more. So I hope you will join us. If you have any questions, please check this QR code and come talk to me after this session. Yes, Kanazawa is full of beautiful things. Thank you, delicious food. Are you interested in Kanazawa now? Okay, yeah, I'm waiting for you. Thank you so much. Let's see you in Kanazawa. Arigatou.
Chichi-san, なんと感謝申し上げて、よいやら言葉もございません。That was the longest one I had. They told me it means thank you. I don't speak Japanese. Right. One more destination. Please, warm round of applause. We're not doing very good with applauses. I know you're tired. After that, we're going for lunch. So, last destination is a destination that I just came from. It's a place with a lot of surfing, a different vibe of Japan, and an extremely welcoming community. Please welcome the delegation from Hyuga, Miyazaki, Sakanashi-san, and Ayako-san.
じゃあ始めます。ステファノスさん、ご紹介いただきありがとう。
Thank you for the introduction, Stefanos.
皆さんこんにちは。
Hello, everyone.
今日はお時間いただきありがとうございます。
Thank you for taking the time to be here.
皆さんもうお腹が空いたよね。
I know you all must be hungry.
ランチに行く前に5分だけお時間ください。
But please spend just 5 minutes with us before heading to lunch.
私の名前はジンです。
My name is Jin.
私は日向市の職員として働いています。
And I work for Hyuga City, the city hall in Hyuga.
このイベントには日向市の仲間と参加しています。
I'm here today with my friends from Hyuga City.
ここで友達を紹介します。
Allow me to introduce them.
あやこさんとジェシカさんです。
This is Ayako, me, and Jessica.
はい。彼女たちはデジタルノマドツアーで9月に日向市へ来てくれました。
They joined us in Hyuga City in September as part of the Digital Nomad Tour.
日向市はデジタルノマドツアーに積極的に取り組んでいます。
Hyuga City is actively working on a Digital Nomad Tour initiative.
その様子を動画で少しだけ流します。
And now I would like to show you a short clip about it.
じゃあ動画をスタートお願いします。では動画を流しながら、参加していただいたジェシカにちょっとインタビューしていきたいと思います。
I would like to ask about the impression about Hyuga to Jessica.
ジェシカさん、昨日はお菓子を差し入れしてくれてありがとう。
Thank you so much bringing the sweets. Yesterday was so good.
美味しかった。じゃあ9月に参加した感想を聞かせてよ。
So let me ask a question about Hyuga. What was
じゃあ日向で一番美味しかった食べ物は何？
What was the most delicious food you tried in Hyuga?
Because every food is good, but I particularly really love all the fish there, like so fresh. Yeah, I'm like mouth watering right now thinking about all the fishes in Hyuga. Amazing, and yeah, I really like it.
ありがとう。じゃあ、ヒューガで一番楽しかったことは何？
What was the most fun part of your experience in Hyuga?
Oh, so many. I think like being with the locals are really one thing, and then we go to cafes together, and then like we go surf together. Also, I really love like how we also did like a sashimi making. Like they teach me how to do like all the culinary experience. I think that was also one thing, and a snack bar. I love karaoke bar too. That was really
じゃあ逆に何か困ったことは何かあった？
So did you encounter any challenges in Hyuga?
I wish I explored more though.
Next time.
じゃあ一番重要なこと聞くね。ヒューガに、素敵な男の子はいた？
Did you find any attractive guy in Hyuga?
You guys are the attractive mans in Hyuga.
じゃあ、ジェシカまたヒューガに行きたい？
Would you like to visit Hyuga again?
Yeah, without a doubt. I am coming back next year.
Yes.
ジェシカありがとう。
Thank you, Jessica.
ヒューガ市はまだまだ課題がたくさんあります。
Hyuga City still faces many challenges, but we are making progress.
じゃあ一旦動画をストップお願いします。スライドに戻して、はい、いただいて。じゃあ冒頭の質問、質問と答え、ヒューガ市はなんだろう、そうそう、なんでヒューガで、デジタルノマドツアーをやるのっていう、質問に対する答え。
So why do we organize digital nomad tours in Hyuga City?
なぜならヒューガ市は可能性を持っているからです。
Because Hyuga City has untapped potential. We believe this potential is to become next.
チャングーになりたい。
Yes, we want to be a next Canggu in Indonesia.
私たちの望みは、皆さんと一緒にチャングーのようなデジタルノマドコミュニティを作ることです。
Our hope is to build a vibrant digital nomad community just like Canggu, together with all of you.
ヒューガ市でお待ちしています。
Please come. ありがとうございました。
最後に、締めの言葉で、結びますね。
So we want to do something together right now.
We are running out of time, so I'm afraid
じゃあ
we
ちょっ
should
と見本を見せるね。
時間ないよって早くして。
いきますよ。
Okay, he say Hugh, and then we say Hyuga together. Okay?
ヒューガを皆さんで。
Okay, okay.
いきます。カウントやります。3、2、1、ヒュー。
Thank you so much.
Thank you. ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。Thank you very much from the delegation of Hyuga. One more round of applause for everyone who presented the beautiful destinations in Japan. So we're gonna have a lunch break and we will be back at 1:30. We have more than an hour for our break at 1:30 for the global destination pitch. So now we're going abroad at 1:30. See you all. Enjoy your lunch. Thank you for coming.
Wait.
Whoa. What's happening? What's happening? Oh my God. This is an intermission. Oh.
You should also stay with us.
Okay, I'm staying. What's happening?
So, how are you guys doing? Are you guys enjoying Colive Fukuoka 2024? Yay! Have you decided which destination would you like to go? No.
Where? Okinawa?
Hyuga. Or Pokemon?
Pikachu?
Where do you guys want to go? Nowhere? Everywhere.
Yeah, we are nomad everywhere.
So many location, and then they have the booth over there, so you can go there and then actually contact with them, and you can think about the next destination. Yeah.
Is it in the art venue or?
It's here in their traditional venue.
Yes, so we have so many other plans or so many other places to visit even after the Fukuoka. But then before that, I would like to share why we started this Colive Fukuoka 2024. Because during the opening ceremony, we had only 30 seconds. So here is the time for me to express my feeling. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity, but I also want interact way to ask your opinions as well. But first, why Colive Fukuoka 2024 is because I have been traveling around the world for 4 years already, almost 5 years. And everywhere I go, people always ask me, where are you from? And I say, I'm from Japan. And then they'll be like, oh, you're from Japan. It's like I'm one of the endangered species. And then they're like, oh, it's so hard to see Japanese digital nomad traveling around the world. So, and then they say like, oh, Japan has been on my top list to come, but then I've never been. So I was like, oh, why you're not coming to Japan? And they say, because it's so far. There's no community. They don't speak English, and it's expensive. And I'm like, okay, what if we can solve all these problems? Maybe we can have great community to invite all of you to come to Japan. So that was the story behind this Colive Fukuoka 2024. But this wouldn't be possible without Leo, my another co-host, who's at the art venue right now. He started looking for destinations in Japan to find a place to host us. And he started asking around so many places, but Fukuoka was the first place who wanted to hold this Colive Fukuoka. So thank you so much for people from Fukuoka government.
Thank you
I'm
so
not
much.
sure if he's listening to me, but maybe online. So without Leo, without Fukuoka government support, and then without me keep traveling around the world, this wouldn't be impossible. But then again, the first inspiration was coming from the CU Asia. I call Moe the mother of the digital nomad.
Thank you.
And I met her 4 years ago, 2020, March in Bali. That's where I met Mayo, Haren, you guys. And then you guys gave us inspiration to host this. And then from this afternoon, we have CU Asian Conference, no?
Yeah, it's the union. The CU Asia, it's co-working and conference Asia. Normally they open up in every year February for 1 week. We discuss community and co-working and the co-living stuff, like around 300 participants always. We just deep down to talk about community. So we're gonna do from the afternoon and tomorrow, the conference, the union of the CU Asia conference. So tomorrow afternoon, actually we're gonna do an conference. You can bring your own topic to discuss in a small group. So we have whiteboard in the entrance of the traditional venue and also artist cafe. So please put some topics what you really want to discuss with people. Yeah, it's
And then
exciting.
there is also a bento lunch happening here?
Yeah,
Like now?
you know, time delay, but the bento lunch, it's the park nearby art venue. We're gonna have lunch together. I hope you already booked through the Colive Fukuoka website. But if you don't have the lunch, don't matter. You can just jump in and then we can just have chat. But no bento box if you didn't book. Sorry about it. Yeah.
Yes, and also we have another night event, which is
Did you enjoy the yesterday party? Yeah, karaoke party?
Oh my God.
Yes. Tonight is the barbecue party with DJ at the park venue. Okay, don't miss out this night amazing party. So you book necessary, okay?
what time is it again?
Time is 6 p.m. is gonna be start. Yeah.
Where is it again?
Park venue.
Where is Park venue?
Park venue is
5 minutes, 10
yeah, 5 minutes walk. Yeah.
Yes, so we will figure it out. But and then Stefanos, thank you for being here. And then we really appreciate because he joined Colive Fukuoka 2024. When I met him in Bansko Nomad Fest, I just said I'm from Japan, and then I'm thinking of hosting this Colive Fukuoka. Within 3 seconds, he's like, I'm in. I'm flying to Japan. And I was like, wait, like I haven't started my sales talk. And then he's like, I'm in, I'm going to Japan. And then he came back to Japan and he wants to stay in Japan longer. And again, thank you so much. Arigatou gozaimasu. And then I hope through the Colive Fukuoka, we would like to have more nomads who would like to stay in Japan longer and enjoy this beautiful country, Japan. And do you want to say something?
Just thank you for organizing it. And thank you all for coming. Thank you all for being here today.
Thank you so much. Enjoy the bento lunch.
And then whole afternoon session here and at venue 2 location.
All right, enjoy.
Yeah.
And you can see the Metaverse. You check the QR code. You can see the Metaverse, the 2 venue.
Yeah, so
Online.
yeah. Have you guys ever checked the online on the Metaverse things? Has anyone?
Yeah, I make the Metaverse Ohori Park. So you can check the YouTube live.
Okay.
If you here, you can check the art venue. Okay?
Perfect. All right. So again, thank you so much, and then keep enjoying Colive Fukuoka. Ciao.
Have a lunch together.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are wrapping up a break and our bellies are very full. And I want to congratulate you for being here. You made it. And for everyone here in the space, I am going to invite you to come to the front. I want everyone to come to the front because what we're doing as digital nomad communities, we want to connect people. We don't want you to sit alone in a corner or in the back. It's a very small group. I know I'm going to annoy you and you say like, hey, Michelle, I just ate and I don't want to get up. I'm going to invite everyone to come to the front, sit next to each other so you really can connect with our upcoming speakers. It's very important, guys. We came here to meet people. We came here to connect. We came here to learn. So if you're sitting in the back, somewhere hidden, sit please next to someone so you can get to know each other, feel part of a community and not spread out. And then I can see your beautiful faces, all of you guys. Welcome. And once you sit down, I'm going to start. All right. Beautiful. Ladies and gentlemen, from the bottom of my heart, I want to welcome you to the first global destination pitch here in Fukuoka. Can I have a massive applause for the upcoming speakers who are coming here? And my name is Michelle Marie. I am the founder and the CEO of the Nomad Escape. I'm a professional connector, and the organization of Fukuoka invited me to facilitate this, to moderate this this pitch session, because all the people here on the panel, let's say, in the group, they're very close friends of mine. They're my colleagues in the industry. They're hosting events and retreats for people like you guys and like myself. And they invited me to welcome them today on stage to make it easy for you to choose your next destination. Because all of us, we came all the way to Japan. We want to see a new destination. We want to get to know new people. And it brought you here. But after this, what's next? And today we're going to find out what's next. I have amazing people lined up. I'm going to give you 1 second to close your eyes for a second and arrive in this space, especially after lunch. Close your eyes. And I invite you to take a deep breath in through your nose, into the chest and out through the mouth. And 2 more times in your own pace. In through the nose, out through the mouth. And the last time, in through the nose and out through the mouth. All right. Then 3, 2, 1, open your eyes and welcome back, guys. Welcome back. Awesome. All right, today we have a few amazing speakers lined up. They're going to share with you where you can go after Fukuoka. And the people who will be here on stage are the following. That is Jan from Siargao in the Philippines, of Nomads in Paradise. Then Joe, the founder of Digital Nomad Adventures and Beach Meet in Koh Phangan, Thailand. Then we have Pablo from Queensland, Australia. Holger from Bansko Nomad Fest, Bulgaria. Johannes from the famous Nomad Cruise. Gonzalo, the founder of NomadX, will talk about Rio de Janeiro. And Stefano, you have seen him before. He will talk about Cyprus. And then myself as well are going to talk about Nomad Island Fest and Madeira Island. So the first person who will come up is Jan. And Jan is all about exotic destinations. He is currently with an amazing team preparing for his next event, Nomads in Paradise, in Siargao, the Philippines. Since 2017, he's already here, and he left Germany already 15 years ago, guys. Can you imagine? He has been on the road already for 15 years, exploring the world, and now he has the opportunity to show you the place that he fell in love with. Ladies and gentlemen, can I have a massive applause for Jan? Welcome, welcome, Jan. All right, good luck, Jan. 3 minutes are yours.
It's a long way to stage. Who here has been to Bali or Thailand? Arms up. Almost everybody. And who can relate with the thought, oh, it's amazing here, it's super beautiful, but if I would have a choice, I would turn back the time and want to see it how it was like 20, 30 years ago. Who can relate with that? Arms up. almost everybody as well. What if I tell you that there actually is a place very close to Thailand and Bali that is still like Thailand, Bali was like 20, 30 years ago. But if you go there, you will probably be confronted with the Japanese concept of wabi-sabi. Wabi-sabi means a beauty in imperfection. And what does it mean? It means that if you go there, you probably don't have those luxury resorts. You probably have not the best public infrastructure there. But if you go there, you will find the most amazing, the most friendly people that you've ever met on Earth. It's one of the most underrated countries with absolutely stunning and beautiful landscapes, beaches, and and maybe the most important thing of all, you will get this feeling, whoa, this is how Thailand and Bali must have been 20, 30, maybe 40 years ago. So I want to invite you to come to the Philippines, and especially my home base island, Siargao. Siargao is a small island, maybe 10% of the size of Bali, just to give you some idea. And why would you go there? Beside the stuff that I just told you, it's one of the world's best surfing spots. There's international competitions every year. There's also a big nomad community already with a good mix of local Filipinos and international business owners, entrepreneurs, freelancers. And that's some pictures from last week's reunion. So around 50 people actually showed up on this tiny island. So you can see there's a big community already. And maybe another reason beside the small island vibe is also if you run a business like me, I only hire Filipinos. I do not hire anybody else anymore. They all speak English. Everybody is very much used to outsourcing in the Philippines. It's the leading country for outsourcing. And like I said, they are the best employees, at least for me. And it's very easy networking in the Philippines. No language barrier at all. And also, if you come to my event, Nomads in Paradise, I've done 1.5 years of networking there with all the high-level people of the entire Philippines. Many of them live in Siargao, and you can connect immediately. And apart from connecting with other fellow nomads that are sitting here right next to you, we are already at about 100 nomads that signed up. And apart from that, we also want to make it as much fun as possible for you guys. So we already included a surfing lesson, ice bath, and a full day trip island hopping to the island there on the picture. It will be our private island for the excursion. And in case you don't know where Siargao is, that's there on the map. And so I want to invite you, come to Siargao, connect, create, thrive together with nomads and Filipinos. And remember, the time is now, not in 20 or 30 years again. So if you want to connect with me, you can scan this QR code. You will find my WhatsApp, my social media there. Also, if you want to get a ticket for Nomads in Paradise, also scan this code. And the discount code Fukuoka will actually give you 30% off. Thank you very much, and see you in Siargao.
Wow, that's very generous. Thank you so much. Guys, give it up for Jan. Massive applause. And I want to say, really, for Jan and all the other people here, these people are making change. These people are bringing people like you guys together. Without people like Jan and all the people who will be on stage, we would not be here. Right? Look, Fukuoka organized this now, so thank you so much to Rio and the whole team for organizing this, but we need those people because working online can be a lonely journey. So they put all the sweat, blood, and tears in, and now they came all the way to Japan to share about that. So a last applause for the amazing Jan. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jan.
Michelle.
Beautiful. Then we go to the next person, and the next person is a very dear friend of mine. We go way back. Actually, 4 years ago, I met Joe, the founder of Digital Nomad Adventures in Madeira Island, at my first Nomad Island Fest. And Joe arrived there with his COO, and he said, Michelle, I want to come to your event. I've never been to a digital nomad event. I have a very successful travel tour agency, tour business, and I want to shift to serving digital nomads. So he was the founder of True Travels. He sold his business, he did a beautiful exit, and now on his beach resort in Koh Phangan and Tiki Beach, he hosts the Digital Nomad Adventures Retreat and also the Beach Meet Conference, where I actually just came from. I was a speaker there at the Beach Meets, and it was incredible. The location is also creme de la creme, and a very beautiful and spiritual island as well. Ladies and gentlemen, I would love to invite the amazing Joe to the stage. Give him a massive applause. Make him feel welcome, like he's coming home. A big applause for Joe. Beautiful. Joe, thank you for being here.
Thank you very much,
Good to
Michelle.
see you, and feel free. The stage is yours.
Cheers. Second time in 2 months on the stage together.
I know, it's so cool.
Okay. So I first heard the words or read the words Koh Phangan in a book when I was 12 years old. I didn't know at that time it was a small island in the Gulf of Thailand. I went there first time as a backpacker at age 20 and moved there 6 years later when I started True Travels. You might have heard of Koh Phangan as being a party or a yoga place, and if you want that, you can certainly get it. But in recent years, it's become way better suited to digital nomads and entrepreneurs like us. So that's what I'm doing with my new company, Digital Nomad Adventures, is trying to bring more people like us to the island. Thailand itself is an amazing place to live for many, many reasons. It's cost of living, it's got amazing people, amazing culture, amazing nature, and it's a great place to live. I think that Koh Phangan is up there with the best places in Thailand to live and work and stay for extended periods of time. It's got enough stuff, it's got enough stuff to do to make it a good place to live a balanced life, but it's not yet big enough or busy enough to have big traffic jams or McDonald's. So what are the perks of living in Koh Phangan? It's got great infrastructure, good internet, good hospitals, good schools, it's got great restaurants, it's got good coffee shops now, it's got loads of co-working spaces, gyms, water sports, and of course, the odd party and yoga school. Now, I'm very excited to be a part of the growing digital nomad and entrepreneur community on the island. And as I said, that's what my new company, Digital Nomad Adventures, is trying to do. With our events, we've got the Beach Meets events, we've got some adventure retreats, and we've got some co-living passes, which allow people to stay connected, active, and productive whilst living the dream in paradise. If you like the sound of Koh Phangan, we'd be very honoured to host you there. And actually, we have our next Beach Meets event starting on the 17th of December, which gives you exactly a month to get there after Nomads in Paradise in Shergao finishes. So if you do like the sound of Koh Phangan, we would love to have you there. Our events are all about networking, growth, and fun, much like this one. But we do it a little bit smaller. We limit the numbers to about 50 people, A, because the facilities in Koh Phangan would not hold hundreds of people, and B, because we like to keep it intimate so everybody can get to know each other. The first 2 Beach Meets events have been amazing, and as I said, I would love to have some of you guys at the third one in December. If you'd like to join or find out any more information, you can visit our website, and actually right now we're running a competition where we're giving away a free ticket to the Beach Meets event. All you got to do is scan this QR code or come up to me later and scan the one on my badge here, and you'll be entered to win a free ticket. If you don't win, everybody who enters gets $100 off the event anyway, or one of our future events, so it's well worth registering. And I hope to see some of you in Koh Phangan in December or in the future. Thank you very much.
Woo! Give it up for Joe! What a beautiful presentation. Well timed. I'm impressed. Looks really, really cool. We're going to go directly to the next person. And I just actually met him today. And directly, I could resonate with him because when I started my digital nomad journey, that started in Australia. Not knowing that I would become a digital nomad. I was a backpacker, actually, and I fell in love with the travel lifestyle. But I was like, hey, I want to continue this lifestyle and make money online. And there I literally Googled, I shared it in my last talk, how to make money online. And that happened in Australia. So the next person is Pablo, the founder of Manabu Hubs and Fukuoka Startup Collective. He's representing the tourism events, Queensland, Australia, and if you like wonderful nature, koalas and surf and a chill lifestyle, work-life balance, you cannot miss his session. And he's going to create the remote work lifestyle he created a remote work lifestyle before nomadics were popular, he says. And that is why Australia is a huge destination for nomads to visit. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to give it up for Pablo. Welcome, welcome, welcome. All the way from Queensland. I don't meet so many Australian people actually on the road, so...
Actually, I'm living now in Japan, so...
Oh, okay. But...
Konnichiwa.
Konnichiwa, and welcome, and good luck.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Well, thank you so much. Welcome, everyone. I'm Pablo, and I'm here to show you a little bit about Australia, Queensland. Maybe you heard about Australia. Australia is a huge, huge continent and country as well. So I want to let you know where is Queensland, why you digital nomad, techpreneurs, digital nomads should choose Australia and the Australian future. So to give you a context, this is Queensland. And Queensland, as you can imagine, right in the corner, in the top of the corner, has the largest Great Barrier Reef in the world. In fact, you can see from the sky, from the space. And there is many nature in Australia. So I guess many Japanese people go very often to Australia, and everyone knows a little bit animal. There are poison animals and kangaroos and koalas, snakes, whatever. But Australia has more than that. Has a growing population of many techpreneurs and the backpackers. So I guess many, if you know about the terms of digital nomad, the digital nomads start growing the trend during the pandemic and after the pandemic. But Australia created the backpackers visa 25 years ago. So this trend started recently globally, but Australia started many years ago because it's a huge country, it's a huge continent, and to move around the cities, you need to actually need a lot of time, start working remotely, etc., etc. So why you should choose Australia? Well, there's so many reasons. The Sunshine Coast, the beautiful, there's so many foreigners. It's a very multicultural country, but there's so much more than nature. So it's so much nature that you can go to the Ellie Beach, Noosa, right in the north of Queensland, or Cairns as well. So Australia not only have service for techpreneurs, digital nomads, but it also have a very solid support for tech entrepreneurs as well. And there's one of the places, Advanced Queensland, that you want to launch your company, you can get fully support from the government. So there's, of course, like Japan and many other countries, so many variety of beautiful co-working spaces right in the beach, in different locations. So very, very stunning places. Australia doesn't have a digital nomad visa, but we have a tourist visa that you can stay up to 90 days for some countries. Working and holiday visa, this is the most popular visa for Japanese at the moment. In fact, they overpassed in the last 3 years, more than 95%. More Japanese people, young people want to go to Australia. Why? Of course, it's a little bit expensive, Australia, but the cost of living, the lifestyle in Australia is incredible. And they have the innovation visa. And remember, guys, Australians create and invented the Wi-Fi. So we know what is digital nomad, right? We started this in the 1990s. That's what the two Australian founders, they created the Wi-Fi. Why? Because Australia is such a huge, huge country. And there is so many famous Aussie startups that you can maybe, I'm pretty sure this presentation is created by Canva, using Canva, and you guys, digital nomad, you are I guess, if you work in marketing now, social media, you are using Canva. This is a startup from Australia. And also, we have Atlassian and Linktree. If you are using Linktree, please check it out. It's very cool. And well, Australians are very pretty savvy. There you can find many multiculturals in Australia. So many Japanese people live in Australia from many countries from Europe as well are choosing Australia. There is a lot of climate tech, agri-tech, machine learning companies, and this is the trend. From digital nomad, you go to Australia, and some of them, they want to stay in Australia because the lifestyle is pretty cool. So, and then you can start also expanding. And if you have a creative and innovative idea, definitely you can create your own startups. So, this guy. Don't forget to go and visit Australia down under. So that's all for me, guys. If you have any question, please go to visit my booth 6. I will be there, and I can give you a little bit present if you follow our social media channels. So thank you,
All right,
guys.
beautiful. Give it up for Pablo. Thank you so
you.
much. Thank you. He brings me back to my early days backpacking, traveling the world. And actually, I lived for years in Queensland, and everything that he was just saying, I can vote for that. It's really beautiful. It's an amazing destination. All right, next is coming up. We have an incredible man here who is actually my host. I have been speaking in June at his event, and I was really, really impressed what they put up there. So Holger has been a digital nomad since 2006, when he stopped working as a lawyer in Australia and he became a travel photographer. He also operates a business providing medium-term apartments geared towards digital nomads, and is one of the co-owners and organizers of Bansko Nomad Fest in Bulgaria, one of the biggest nomad fests in the world. I was there last June. And he's also actively involved in several projects to develop and grow the global nomad ecosystem. Guys, give him a warm applause, making me feel welcome to Holger! Massive applause, guys. And really make him feel welcome, because they put all the work into it to host you. Don't underestimate that, how much work is behind here. Oh, hello, welcome, my dear. I didn't know you were also here, but welcome.
Yeah, I'm sorry
Okay.
to be an intruder. I'm not Holger, as you can see. This is Holger. Good to see you. Well, as you can see, we are a big group. We are 6 people from Bansko. So my first question, who has not heard about Bansko? Very few people, okay. Do you know where Bansko is? Okay, so Bansko is a tiny, tiny, beautiful place in Bulgaria. I guess everybody knows where is Bulgaria. It's, again, not a very big country in Eastern Europe, and it's a nomad town. I would say it's probably one of the first nomad towns in the world. What does that mean? Means that it's a paradise for nomads. There are thousands of us. Many of us are residing there, families living there. Bansko Nomad Fest is, as Michelle said, is one of the biggest one, and we are 6 people or 7 people, right? Organizing that. We took over 2 years ago, and the reason why we are here, because everybody started going to Bansko and finding out what's the Nomad Fest, what is it about, and connecting people. So it's kind of like a mother. It's like the, giving kind of birth to all these little childs around the world, and we are very proud of that and very happy about that. So I'm gonna give the word to Holger.
So yeah, this is an introduction of what is Bansko Nomad Fest and also how it fits into the community in Bansko itself. As Marsa said, Bansko is, for me, really the first nomad village. It's a small mountain ski village in Bulgaria, in the mountains. It's very picturesque, it's very beautiful, but up until a few years ago, it was just a tourist destination. In winter, it was filled with maybe 20,000 ski tourists, and then in summer, it was largely empty. A few years ago, a few nomads basically moved to Bansko and set up a co-working space and started to build a nomad ecosystem. And they were attracted by the affordability of the location, by how nice the environment was, how beautiful it was, some of the facilities like hot springs, and also by how affordable it was, especially outside the ski season. So when you have a town that has about 20,000 hotel rooms, that are occupied in winter, that are empty in summer, it creates a huge opportunity for using that unused space in summer. So basically, Bansko organically grew as a nomad destination based on a few people building a community. Those people bring more people, and before too long, you have a momentum that builds up that becomes self-sustaining. So in that context, the Bansko Nomad Fest started in 2020, which in some respects is probably not the ideal time to launch a festival, but the consequence was that it was really the only Nomad Festival held that year. And in the subsequent year, when most people were not planning any large events, it was held again, and many of us went there as a relief from the isolation of COVID, and had the first proper large Bansko Nomad Fest. So this slide basically sort of gives some idea of what our motivation is in holding the festival. As Marsa indicated, we took over the festival last year as a group of nomads from very diverse backgrounds. Our aim is to make this festival a very inclusive event where we showcase not only Bansko, but showcase the rest of the world to Bansko. It's a place where people contribute their ideas, their energy, and it's the attendees that really make the event very unique and very special. So it's a place to share, it's a place to meet, it's a place to develop ideas, it's to collaborate, and it's also a celebration of what it is to be a nomad. So one of the questions we get asked quite a lot is about who goes to Bansko, who are the nomads in general. There's a lot of perception that nomads are the kind of people you see on Instagram in Bali promoting themselves, whereas that really isn't the crowd that we seem to get in Bansko at least. Our audience is quite a broad mix of people who are interested in a wide range of nomad activities, whether it's wellness and lifestyle, whether it's marketing. Entrepreneurialism is very heavily focused. And yeah, it's a broad spectrum of ages and income ranges. Perhaps surprising for a lot of people is that the largest group is the 35 to 45 category. Most people have this perception that nomads are millennials or Generation Z, which are, obviously making that transition. But I think the largest group of nomads is people who have become established in a career, who have basically looking for an alternative to how they've been living and to experience a lot more freedom than they've had in past. So yeah, our format basically is a 7-day conference. Our aim is to basically give people the maximum opportunity to connect with each other, to share their knowledge, to interact, to grow, and to build partnerships for the future. So we have events that are geared around that as an aim. So we have a slide of basically a typical day at Bansko. We have wellness activities in the morning. We have people who lead activities like breath work, like yoga in the mornings. Then we have a speaker program where we try to invite and hear from a selection of people from around the nomad community who are mostly nomad leaders. Obviously, there's been a few speakers from Fukuoka who have provided their experiences and shared with our audience. And as a result, a lot of people who have been to Bansko have also been inspired to come to Fukuoka. The afternoons, we tend to have unconference sessions where, again, people can share their experiences, their ideas, develop ideas for the future. And then the evenings tends to be based around more networking and maybe more celebration. So why Bansko? We've talked about this a little bit. Bansko is quite unique in that we probably have the largest nomad festival in the world at the moment in what is probably the smallest nomad town. So the regular population of Bansko is about 9,000 people. In summer, you have about 1,000 people who live there as part of the regular nomad community. And then on top of that, we have Bansko Nomad Fest, where we bring something like an extra 500 to 1,000 people from outside that existing community. Okay, sorry, I thought this was the time left, not the time gone. So yeah, if you want to come to Bansko, we currently have our cheapest tickets available. We tend to make them available cheaper the longer ahead you book, and as the event approaches, you pay a little bit more. Obviously, it's a lot easier to organize a festival when you have an idea of who's coming well in advance. So we hope to see you next year.
I just have a little tip. If you come to Bansko, please come and stay at least for 2 weeks. And if you can make it 1 month, better. I know some faces here who have been coming and staying there, so don't make the mistake of just being there for the Bansko week.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Give it up for the Bansko team. Beautiful. A beautiful town in Bulgaria that I visited and for sure worth visiting. All right, we're going to go directly to the next speakers. Guys, do we still have a little bit of an energy? Yes, say yes. Woo! Awesome, because amazing things are coming up and you don't want to miss it. And the next person is a very special person because he did actually very special things for Fukuoka. He brought a whole cruise with nomads here last week, I think, or only a few days ago. I don't know if you guys heard about the Nomad Cruise. There's a few cruisers here, I think, right? So the next person is a very dear friend of mine. His name is Johannes. And next year, he's going to celebrate his 10th year already in the industry. 10 years of Nomad Cruise. He brought people from all around the world to different continents on one trip. So people get up on one destination and get out at the other one. So very unique. He's the only one doing that in the space. So give it up. Put your hands together for the one and only Johannes. Big applause, Johannes. Woo!
Thank you, Michelle.
Awesome, Johannes. Welcome.
Yes, thank you so much. Yeah, hello everyone. I am going to just share a few things about Nomad Cruise. So in case you don't know, we actually just arrived 2 weeks ago in Tokyo with 287 nomads. And they are all spread all over Japan now. They're in Osaka, they're in Tokyo, there's a few of you here. And everyone is exploring together, and they will explore together Asia for the next 3 months. So they're going to the Philippines and all these places, and that was actually the idea why I started the cruise, because I wanted to make it easier to connect with people and actually travel together. And I saw a cruise about 10 years ago that was going to Brazil, and because before that I had started my nomad life, and I was quite alone. Like, I was traveling all over South America. I had to connect in Rio de Janeiro, in Buenos Aires, and all these different places. And then I saw there was a cruise going to Brazil for the summer season, or for the nomad summer season. And I invited people to come and join us on this ship. Over 100 people jumped on board already 10 years ago, because I had started the first Facebook group for digital nomads. There was nothing else before, and so we went on this ship, and instead of everyone having to travel and go to each place and build their community, we could then travel together. And this was the idea of the cruise. And so far, we had over 3,000 people on these cruises. We've done 13 cruises and 1 to Antarctica. And now next year, we're doing a special cruise. And if you guys want to join, you're more than welcome to do it. We're also doing something in summer, but that's what we have planned for next year. So I just want to share this with you quickly, okay? So this is actually the first time that we are going on a 27-day trip with Starlink, okay? So 27 days with Starlink on this ship. This photo we took 2 weeks ago when we arrived in Yokohama. This was the ship that we took from Vancouver to here, and this is the ship that will take us from Seattle to Sydney next year. And you can see some photos here from the ship, so you can work there, you can just chill out. One thing that was not so good on the last trip is we had 7-meter waves. We had a few massive storms that we had to bypass, and we couldn't do any of the excursions we wanted to do because they were all cancelled, and then we went to other places instead. But that was because we went to Alaska, and this time we're going straight to Hawaii, and it will be much more chilled and much more sun, right? So this was more an adventure, the last trip, and the next one will be more beach and paradise. So we're actually going to 9 different islands in these 27 days. There will be about 50 keynotes and events, from ecstatic dance to meditation to talent shows to really a lot of things that bring us all together and help us to connect more, help us to do business and whatever else. And yeah, we're expecting about 300 people to join us on this trip. Starlink is included in this, and already over 1 year in advance, we have already over 170 people who have booked this in the last 2 weeks. So this will fill up pretty quickly. And this is the route. We're going from Seattle to Hawaii, 3 stops in Hawaii, and where we're going to do different things and excursions. Then we're going to Samoa. Then we're going to Vanuatu, Mystery Island. So we cannot stop there, right, with the boat. We're going to have like these small boats that will take us there, and we'll just have like a beautiful day in paradise. And then we have 4 stops in Fiji until we arrive probably in the most amazing harbor in the world, in one of my favorite cities where I also used to live for about 4 month and kind of started my travel journey after school. So we're going to Sydney, and yeah, that's gonna be an amazing stop. And then we're gonna do the same thing like what we're doing here now. So if you want to explore Australia or you want to go to New Zealand, we're gonna have some reunions in these places so that it's not just the journey, but you actually have a travel experience of about 3 months, okay? So this is the route. And if you guys want to join, it starts from 3,900 euros. That's including food, everything, the whole program. I mean, you're 1 month on a ship. You don't have to buy a plane ticket. You have incredible networking. Everything is there. And so at the moment, it's 3,900 euros, but the price will go up to over 5,000, probably within the next 2 months. And everyone who wants to join and is now here in Fukuoka, you get 200 euros off if you use that discount code Fukuoka, okay? So all you need to do is pay 500 euros deposit, and then there's another payment in March, okay? So it's really just very, very easy to jump on board now. If you have any questions, just come and talk to me. And yeah, that's it. And we're doing like more trips, but this is the one that we have available now. And otherwise, also join this page if you're interested in what we do. You will find the way, you will find the newsletter, sign up. And we send out everything there, and always, everyone always gets the best prices if they commit early, because that helps us to organize these trips, because we need to confirm this quickly, okay? That's it. Thank you so much.
Beautiful. Thank you, Johannes. Awesome. I got to sign up. It's really epic. What a journey, what a tour, and it will bring me back to Australia. So thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Awesome.
Yeah, good to have you on board as well.
Thank you. All right, applause for Johannes. Does something really unique in the industry. Thank you, Johannes. And then we're going to go to another very dear friend of mine. Actually, it's unique. I'm in a very, very cool spot right now. I never thought in my entire life that I would be on a stage announcing people that I collaborate and work with and meet in different countries. I met Johannes in Bulgaria, in Lisbon, in Tarifa, and the next person I met also in many places in the world. And this person has created, in the pandemic, when we were all sitting at home, he created something that gave some people hope. He created the world's first digital nomad village. I don't know if you guys heard about that. It wasn't a pandemic. No one was doing it yet. But he brought hundreds of people in the pandemic to Madeira Island, the Hawaii of Europe. And he is really a global industry leader, a remote work expert. He is the CEO of NomadX, and he consults governments basically on how to attract digital nomads and remote workers to the destination, how to optimize for them. And he also creates community there, something that's really tough. If there's no community yet, he knows how to do that. Ladies and gentlemen, can you give it up for the one and only Gonzalo Hall? There he is. What is this? Oh, is this? I think it's Brazilian music. I cannot dance samba, but I will do something, guys. Can you dance samba? Give it up for Gonzalo! I hear some beautiful beats.
Bom dia, galera! Bom dia! This is going to be all in Portuguese because we are a happy country. Oh wait, I had the clicker somewhere. Too many things. So, bom dia, galera! We are coming straight from Rio de Janeiro. I heard the bom dia here. I like this. Bom dia. We are here to talk about Rio. What do I have in Rio? Do I have a conference? Do I have something? Well, actually, after working with Madeira, I am now working with Rio to build the biggest tech and nomad hub of South America. Sounds easy, big city. Damn, it's hard. So we are partnering with Rio City to actually build the biggest nomad hub. We started to work 2 months ago, and we are starting with having a full-time community manager, which is already organizing events, and we are all doing this in partnership with the city. But what is Rio? Rio is first the most beautiful city of the world. If you went to Rio, nobody that went to Rio said, oh, that city is more beautiful. Like, I will not speak. Rio is the most beautiful city in the world. We have the art, but we have the beach, Ipanema Beach. Oh my God, right? We can play sports at the beach. It's absolutely insane. So when I'm in Rio, I'm always in between the co-working space, Ipanema, and co-working space, Ipanema. But there is more to do. We can also jump. Follow the locals, local integration, they told us. You should integrate with the locals. Here it is, how to integrate with the locals. We started with that, still jumping on the ocean today. So Rio is a lot about the ocean, but it's also about the culture. It's about the arts. It's about connecting with the South American thriving art scene. So this is Celeron Stairs. It's absolutely beautiful. But like these ones, you have street art all around Rio de Janeiro. So you can literally have at least 5 tours just watching amazing art all around the city. But Rio is not just art. It's not just going to the beach. Rio is lifestyle. Lifestyle, it's surf. It's being at the beach. It's wearing flip-flops. We say it's not allowed to actually wear shoes in Rio de Janeiro. You can only wear flip-flops, and you can only wear Havaianas. If you don't wear Havaianas, we will kick you out of the country. It's mandatory. It's due to political, economic restrictions. We only have Havaianas to wear. But Rio is also this thriving scene of living and exploring and dancing. That's why I brought music. But more recently, Rio is also tech. And so we brought the biggest tech event in the world, Web Summit, to Rio last year, and it's happening again this year in May. So it's the Web Summit. It's absolutely insane in Portugal. Actually, he will speak there in 2 weeks. And we brought this event to Rio. Other than the Web Summit, we also have Rio Innovation Week, which is 5 conferences, all tech, all incredible, happening at the same time in Rio. So if you are in tech, if you're an entrepreneur, you should know that Rio is one of the biggest entrepreneur hubs in the world. Everybody there is building something. I don't know anyone in Rio that said, yeah, I'm happy to have a job. Never. They all want to build a side gig. So it's very inspirational to be around Rio. But there is more. So I am working with the City Hall. It's absolutely incredible, insane, everything at the same time. So we decided, oh, sorry, Rio is also Carnival. Not sure if you noticed, there is a summer thing and stuff. And Carnival is color. Carnival is happiness. Honestly, I never saw any other such strong show of happiness for 1 month officially. It's actually like forever. And it's absolutely insane. So Rio is this carnival, it's the colors, it's the music. If you're in carnival in Rio, you are dancing even if you don't like to dance. It's impossible. You are just like, oh, I like this is cool. But Rio de Janeiro is also a community. We are building this community now for 2 months. So we organized the first beach volleyball tournament just for nomads. You can see half of the people, even the nomads, are locals. We have a really strong culture integration. Half of our community is by Brazilians that came from São Paulo, from the south, etc., and they moved to Rio due to the lifestyle. And so we also have, we also drink. It's Rio, guys. I will not tell you it's a super fit destination. It is. Everybody's super hot. But after 9, they transform themselves. And this is called, Friday, sexto. So if you go to Brazil, you have to learn this expression, sexto, meaning it's Friday, it's time to party, no more work, please. And so we decided to organize the Nomad World in Rio. The Nomad World is my conference that I organized in Portugal for the last 2 years, just happened 2 weeks ago. It's focused a lot in entrepreneurs, nomad entrepreneurs, and promotion of the entrepreneurship. It will happen in Rio. We expect around, too many people. And it's happened on the 16th of March. It's going to be a whole week. It's going to be a lot of lifestyle, a lot of arts, and a lot of entrepreneurial talks. It's going to be probably in one of the new tech hubs in Rio de Janeiro. It's going to be absolutely madness. And this is for the last Nomad World. Actually, Aquino won the Nomad World Award in this event, where we were the Nomad World Awards in Portugal. And guys, I don't have nothing to sell you, honestly. So skyscanner.com, Fukuoka, Rio. See you there. I'll be there in December. I'll see you there.
Give it up for Gonzalo. I want to dance now. Don't you guys want to dance and have a coconut on the beach? Thank you so much, Gonzalo. I'm excited to see what you're building there. All right, then we're going to go to the next person. And for the people who attended the talks this morning, he was here on stage, beautifully dressed up in traditional clothing. And for the past 15 years, he had the pleasure of organizing and facilitating events in various roles, whether as a host, a coach, or event organizer. He has lived in 6 countries, and now he's focused on what matters most to him, creating travel opportunities and enabling remote work for everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Stefanos! There he is, back on his trusted stage. I was actually sad. I also wanted to wear something like that. I found out too late that it was possible. You look gorgeous.
Thank you.
Gorgeous.
Thank you so much. 皆さん、こんにちは. One more time. Excellent. Let's have some energy. So, my friends, I'm going to take you to a different destination. I'm going to take you to a destination where we can focus and produce results for our business. So this time, I'm taking you to Cyprus with me. For the past 3 months, I have been interviewing digital nomad entrepreneurs. I have been asking them questions, trying to understand what is the biggest challenge a digital nomad entrepreneur faces. And I'm trying to find solutions for you so you can all improve, you can all grow your business. So what is the plan? In just 5 days in Cyprus, you will come out with a 6-month business growth plan. Pen and paper, we're gonna sit down, we're gonna write numbers, and we're gonna find your next growth plan. We're gonna have one-on-one sessions. I don't like that in many events you go and you just hear talks. It's very important to spend time with an expert and focus on your special and peculiar desires. We're gonna do networking. Because, of course, all the people are handpicked. I will tell you in a minute which type of people would fit in such an event. And you'll have expert guidance. Do you know what that means? It means that I am not the one teaching you. I'm just there to facilitate. I wouldn't pay money to see me. I need someone who has as much experience in business as I have years on this planet. So this is the person that I'm going to bring to talk to you about how to develop your business. Is this mastermind for you? Well, if you are an entrepreneur that has a team, that you are running a remote team, you have a product in the market, and you're trying to scale. And if your challenges have to do with lead generation, new markets, and business consulting, then this mastermind is for you. Pay attention to this, because I will come back to this slide later. Anybody here sees themselves into this category? Can I see some hands? Anybody who is here, I already see some hands. Excellent. So, you will walk away with a 6-month business plan, your next step to growth, and collaboration and mentorship opportunities. And the reason we're doing it in Cyprus is because, first of all, we have 300 days of sun. It's a very sunny and beautiful destination. And the time that we're doing it, which is next April, is just the perfect time. Very good temperature, perfect to swim. We're going to be on a hotel which has its own private island, and it's going to be just us. Very few tourists at this time of the year. You will have the opportunity to sit down, relax, and focus on what matters, which is the growth of your business. Cyprus has a lot of business-friendly laws, and it's very tax-friendly for your business. And many of the people that I talked with were considering Cyprus as a destination to set up their company. So we're going to have people from Cyprus explaining to us why this could be a good solution for you. And finally, it's ideal for digital nomad and entrepreneurs. The landscape is growing. There are co-working spaces. You have options. And again, you can have your company in Cyprus, and you have flexibility to travel. Now, these are some of the companies that we ask our questions. Some people of you might be seeing their logo over here. If you raised your hand before, if you raised your hand when I asked, are you a digital nomad entrepreneur? Do you have employees? Do you try to scale your company? And you don't see your name here, talk to me. We're going to have an interview. That's free. That's for your benefit. 15 to 30 minutes. We're going to figure out what is blocking you. So this is for my research. This is something that I want to give back to the digital nomad community. So if you don't see your name here, please come and talk to me. I mean, you can recognize me today with what I'm wearing. And now I want you to take out your phones and scan this. I want you all to scan this. You can join the newsletter. You'll get all the information. 10th to 15th of April for business owners and entrepreneurs, growth and collaboration. This is not a place to enjoy the sun. This is a place to detach yourself from all the chaos of your work and focus. Have a top-down view of your business and go to the next step. And with that, I will thank you all for listening, and I'm ready to welcome you in Cyprus this April. Thank you very much.
All right, beautiful.
So
Thank you so much, Stefanos. You're so full of surprises.
Yeah, and
You can do anything, this guy, right?
and I have another surprise for you because I was asked to introduce Michelle because Michelle is the next speaker and you don't have anyone to introduce you.
No.
So I will be doing this
Thank you.
because I want
sit
I
here.
want you to know something. I just said that I asked so many entrepreneurs, okay, that we are interviewing. The number one name that was coming up every time was, have you spoken to Michelle? Have you spoken to Michelle? Have you spoken to Michelle? I heard your name so many times. So Michelle has such a respect in the digital nomad community, so pay attention to what she's about to tell you. You already hear how she talks. You hear her voice, how calming she is. Now imagine if you were to be in one of her events and she will take you on this journey to find yourself. So, my friends, Michelle.
Thank you so much, Stefanos. And my friend Stefanos. Massive applause, guys. Thank you so much. Awesome. Beautiful. I'm waiting for my presentation, actually, to come up right now. But guys, I am going to invite you to practice something with me really fast. So I want to ask you to put both feet on the ground. Put a foot on the ground. Look at me, sharp. I saw some eyes closing in the audience. And I gave a talk this morning, and I said something about, like, if you snooze, you lose. Maybe someone says something very interesting, or maybe a very interesting person is sitting next to you, and you're not paying attention, and that person can change the course of your life, and you are half falling asleep. I get it, right? I get it, because you're listening a lot, but we're going to practice something. So you have been listening and sitting for the last 40 minutes. And now I want to get to know you. You've been listening to all these people and to me, and I want to help you move your butt a little bit. Because, I don't know, if I'm in these conferences, I kind of also like, shift away. So I want you to pay attention and be really sharp. Take a deep breath in. Make yourself awake, because maybe you're going to meet interesting people. Awesome. So I'm going to do a practice round with you, and that's why I said put your foot on the ground. I'm going to clap my hands, and on the count of clapping my hands, you get up the fastest you can. Yes? You all got it? Okay, I cannot clap. I need to find out how I'm going to do this. I'm going to do a fake clap. Okay. 1, 2, 3, clap. Get up. Faster. See? People are falling asleep. I think, ah. Okay, sit down. Okay. 1, 2, 3, clap. Get up. Awesome. Guys, we're here about building business, traveling. We cannot sleep. This is not a, conference about political things. It's about lifestyle and travel, guys. Why are we asleep and tired? Okay, so now I want to get to know you, and I want you to stand up super fast if you resonate with the following. Yes? So check at the screen and read it, and if you resonate with it, you stand up so I can get to know you. So stand up super fast if you are ambitious and adventurous and you want to live life to the fullest. Are these people here? Other people, they don't love it? Oh, wow. I need to talk to you to understand you. All right, you can sit down. Thank you so much. Okay, focus on the screen. Focus on the screen. Next. Stand up if you love to talk and brainstorm about business ideas and innovative projects. Are you that person? Okay, a little less people, not less creativity. All right, thank you so much. And if you get inspired by creative and entrepreneurial people around you, like if you feel like, oh, the people around me really make a difference in my energy and inspiration and things I want to do, awesome. You can sit down. And then the next one, understand the value of a good network to grow personally and professionally. Network is everything. Do you believe in that? Get up. Hands up if you believe in that. Awesome. Give yourself a round of applause. Beautiful. You can sit down. So, awesome. Then, let's make the most out of our time together. I'm going to give you 1 minute now to turn to the person next to you, and I invited the people before, come close and sit the next one. I want you to turn to the person next to you and share your name, where you're from, and what you do, and then take a selfie together. You have 1 minute for that. Go now. All right, we have 10 seconds left, so make it fast. Take that selfie. 5, 4, 3, 2, Wow, and wrap it up, and thank you so much. So I'm going to invite you after my presentation, when we're done with this, and this is a good sign because people cannot shut up, and that's actually what I want, because you guys came here for a reason. You guys came here to connect and not only to sit and listen all the time, right? So after this talk, I want you to go to the person that you spoke with and really exchange social media. You never know, maybe you're sitting next to someone who can help you move your business or your career forward. So just in case, my name is Michelle. I'm the founder of The Nomad Escape and a professional connector. Forbes recently published my article about personalized introductions are the new way of doing business. I've seen when you get an introduction, things go way faster instead of reaching out to people. So the more people you know, the more opportunities you will have in life, and it's all about surrounding yourself with the right people. If you agree, say yes. Can I hear yes? Yes? Okay, awesome. So even the most important people in the industry say it, surround yourself only with people who are going to take you to the next level. Network is everything. So I want to help you experience this as well, and I have a short video for you because I'm going to invite you to my next event in Madeira Island, the Hawaii of Europe, what I said already, and it's in December from the 5th until the 11th of December in a beautiful island, a Portuguese island next to Morocco, and it's honestly the best destination to be in Europe if you're going to be there doing in the winter. So I'm going to ask the tech team to play the video. I don't know how that works, if it works like that. No, it doesn't work like that. Is it possible? Is there audio? Awesome.
The Nomad Escape is just awesome. I love it. This was really, the Nomad Escape was the best decision I think I made in the last, except Bitcoin, the last 2 years.
It's definitely a thing which I'm gonna take forward with me in my life.
Definitely life-changing.
The Nomad Escape in 3 words is value, friendship, and joy.
It's something that I wanted to do, and now that I'm here, I can feel I really did the right choice.
To always strive to live your best life.
Can we get them? Thank you so much. So guys, I want you to experience this as well. As you see, I do it a little bit differently, but my events are really interactive. It's a lot of talking with each other. There's talks, but not so many. There's a few talks, and the rest is all interactive, so you can collaborate. And also very unique, we have a red carpet when you arrive. As digital nomads, we're always like flip-flops. No, red carpets, gala, dress up beautiful. We have the kings and queens theme. People going to dress up beautifully. We're going to shine and dance the night away, but also business, bingo, and matchmaking. So you get the chance to be on stage, pitch what you're doing, and we're going to connect you and match you with each other. We have world-class experts and entertainment. We're going to explore the islands. And a lot of interactive stuff, actually. Like, I'm not going to read it all out, but you saw it in the video. And every aspect of your life will be touched. It's a whole holistic experience where personally, professionally, spiritually, financially, emotionally, you will get supported. So we have amazing speakers. I know for the Japanese people, but we have Ken Honda. That's kind of like the Japan wealth guru. I met him a few months ago, and he has sold 7 million books about happy money. Then we have Darius Sudi, one of the biggest investors in Dubai. Alessio Pironi, the former CMO of Mind Valley, one of the biggest edtech platforms in the world right now. And also we see a face, Gonzalo Hall is going to speak at my event about community as a marketing tool, a marketing channel as well. So people who build something really incredible, and everything is going to be interactive. So falling asleep, not an option. I have a team running around, shaking you up. So what we focus on really on the events is focusing on your health, your wealth, and your relationships. We really focus on helping you find the right people to move to the next level. That's simply what it is. And mostly I asked the community, what is it actually, what you get out of it? And people said 3 things with a C, happen to be community, confidence, and clarity on where to go with their business on the next step. So if you are entrepreneurial mind and you want to be connected with the right people, I want you to join the conversation. This is a WhatsApp group. So if you join this WhatsApp group, you can connect here with other people, you can share what you're doing. So like feel free, you can join the conversation there. All the people I will meet here, I will invite to join this WhatsApp group and to communicate with each other. So feel free to take it out or take a photo if you cannot scan it yet. Awesome. Amazing. I see so many people putting their phones up. Thank you so much, guys. And then I'm going to go to the next slide, take a photo if you're not done yet. But I'm going to invite you to Nomad Island Fest. We have an official countdown party on the 4th of November. So the 4th of November, we're bringing a bunch of people like you together online, a few hundred people, where we're going to tell you more about the event and have a special invitation for you. If you're here at Fukuoka and you say, I for sure want to join before the 4th already, you get 50% off on the basic pass. You will see it on the website and all these things, but feel free to join the WhatsApp group if you want to have more information. And if you want to join us online and you can't make all these events, we have also the Inner Circle. It's a network club where we introduce you to other people based on your goals and needs. You get introductions straight in your inbox. So guys, I am here. If you want to know anything about me or connections or anything, feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn or on Instagram. My name is Michelle. I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for listening to all these amazing speakers and for listening to my presentation. I hope to see you in Madeira Island or at one of the other amazing destinations in the world. And don't forget, guys, like really take a small moment how unique this is. We are sitting here, I don't even know which day it is. Is it Thursday? Yes, huh? It's Thursday, right? Sometimes I don't know anymore. I'm traveling the world. I don't know which country I am, which day it is. Other people are sitting in the office. Other people are now in the car, I don't know, somewhere to an appointment. And we are here with people that are traveling around the world. And maybe we're going to meet in Chagall or in Copenhagen or on Madeira Island. I want you to really take a moment to realize how unique that is. Maybe years ago you were dreaming about that. And like, wow, and now you have it. Right? It's very special. It's very precious. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Michelle Marie. A massive applause for yourself. And thank you for being here. And enjoy Fukuoka. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you.
Okay, everyone, I am back, this time alone. Jasmine had to go to the art venue, so I'm going to try to host you guys alone, but hopefully I'll do okay. So we are going to go straight into the next panel discussion. The theme is entrepreneurship. I became a nomadpreneur because... in this session, we will hear from some entrepreneurs who have embraced a nomadic lifestyle and transformed their passion into thriving businesses. Now let's welcome our panelists to the stage. Please give a big round of applause for Valerie, Conrad, Timea, and Kiki.
instructions first to switch on the microphone. Hello, everyone. It's such a pleasure to be on this stage in Fukuoka, co-living in Japan right now, and sharing with you some nomad entrepreneurial insights with my colleagues, which is amazing people. Some of them I knew before this event, and some of them I met right here. And what I found while we were preparing for this speech is that we do so many different businesses, but we have so many things in common. So I want to introduce you Conrad from Canada, who moved to Singapore, Taimiya from Hungary, who moved to London, and Kiki from Tokyo, who became location independent. Hello, guys.
Hello, hello. Thank you so much for the introduction.
Before we jump in, I know we have a lot of people from different nationalities. Can someone share or raise a hand if you are entrepreneur already, nomad entrepreneur? Amazing. Can you raise a hand if you are employee or working for the company or freelancing and want to become entrepreneur and you're actually struggling? That's amazing. We've been there too, so we're happy to share our path. I would love to ask Conrad, Taimiya, and Kiki to share what you do and what is your business about.
Sure. Well, thank you so much for the warm introduction. Really happy to be here, guys, and happy to share my story. As Ina mentioned, I am Conrad, and I am originally from Canada. I currently run a nonprofit foundation. Our focus is to help people level up. And that means a lot of things to many different people, but for the most part, basically it means sharing resources that helps you gain the knowledge you need to know what's next in life, to do the next step, the tools to actually put that into action, because you can read infinite books and watch infinite podcasts, and you can still do nothing about that. But most importantly, getting a community to help make sure you never struggle alone. So yeah, my journey is a bit unique, and it's been a long time to get here, but happy to share more as we go on.
Quick note that Conrad said that he is not a nomad, but he's actually living a life of a nomad.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Like when I first got invited to do this talk, I was like, nomadpreneur, what is that? And do I identify with this? And I looked at my passport and I realized that I've been to like over 40 countries in the last like year. And I was like, okay, I guess I fit this definition.
Hi. Okay, I turned it on. My name is Timea. I am from Hungary, and I have a marketing agency in London that I've been managing for 7 years, and this is how I've been sustaining my traveling lifestyle. And recently I started running Muay Thai retreats for digital nomads in Thailand, but so far I'd like to call it a hobby. My main business is the social media agency that I have in London.
Kiki?
Thank you. こんにちは、皆さん、キキです。I'm from Tokyo, Japan. I became full-time nomad only this year in February. And in order to become full-time nomad, I had to quit a freelance job. I was working for like multiple companies, but I stopped working, and I had to look for what to do. I had to build my own business. And only recently, like actually 3 months ago, I started being a life coach, and I'm already making profit, and I have over 20 clients. So that's how I started my nomad entrepreneurship. Thank you.
And I guess about me, I started my entrepreneurship journey a couple of years ago with a couple of projects that totally failed. And I thought that I'm not entrepreneur, but then I realized that through those failed projects, I gained experience that now I was able to launch a Nomad Gossip magazine for digital nomads successfully this time, finally. And my journey is a bit different because I've been employee for the whole my life since 17 years old, and I never believed that I should be entrepreneur. But then I felt like I want to have a magazine, and I don't care if it's even the path to become entrepreneur to make it happen. I want to ask you guys, it's easy, I always see that people say, okay, I have this business built, I have this agency already. I'm a coach. I have a nonprofit. I built this startup. And it seems so easy and so accessible, but when you're trying to do it yourself, somehow the path is actually very hard. I know that it takes a lot of work until to get to the point where you are right now, and that you can travel anywhere, you earn money, you work online, you hire people from different countries. Can you share your path since the moment when you had nothing yet and only the hope that you can become a location independent, be free until the moment where you are right now? Conrad?
Sure, I guess I can start. So I would also really say that like my journey is probably been a lot different from these amazing ladies here, and I'm really excited to even hear more about theirs, because I think for me, like, I started off with a very like interesting place. Like, I was doing medical school actually, and then my second year into that, I realized very quickly that the way I wanted to make my mark on the world to help more people wasn't enough in the current landscape of the medical system in Canada. I don't know if you guys know, but it's like a very socialist healthcare, which is good, right? Means more people access it, but also means that it takes a lot of toll on doctors to actually provide the best care that they can, because they have such limited and scope that they can do within the system. They can only see 20, 30 patients per day. There's a cap on salaries, even though there's no cap on medical school fees. So I was in a lot of debt, to be very honest, 2 years in, and then I was doing all sorts of odd jobs to try to get by, but I really liked entrepreneurship. So because I knew that that was something I really wanted to do, I decided to get involved in as many entrepreneurship opportunities that I could do. One of them which led me to starting a company in Singapore, halfway across the world, right? I don't know what the hell I was doing then, but I started a fintech company to, again, help more people. The goal of that company was to help small businesses and startups get access to more capital, cheap capital and more affordable capital that doesn't take an arm and a leg. But then from there, I also did realize as my path progressed that there are just more and more ways that you can give back to society, more ways that you can see how you can help individual people and see their journey and help them grow. So then around 3 years ago, I exited from my company, and then I decided to found my nonprofit to just really pass on what I've learned in my journey to more people like you guys who are, of course, just a step behind or perhaps even on the same journey but in a different parallel. So, yeah.
You mentioned that you charge for the little amount of percentage, and actually biggest part of the work you do for free within your nonprofit. Have you understand that this guy is very well-hearted, good-hearted guy?
I'm blushing. No, yeah, I mean, so my take on it is, like, when I was younger, I didn't have much money, no money at all, actually. I mentioned I was in debt. So it was very hard for me to actually get a lot of the knowledge that now is just so publicly available, right? You can go online, you can see, anything that you want to search, and you can learn about it. But I found that the biggest thing that people usually were selling online was actually the implementation, right? Whether it be like a coach to actually guide you through a journey, or it be like a tool that you can use, like bakes in all the first principles and best practices of whatever you're learning into the thing that you do. But I thought that should also be free too, right? I was like, hey, so many people actually want to take action, and if the only thing stopping them is the price tag, what if I made that free? So 80% of everything we do is absolutely free. You can find out on our website. And then the 20% that we do charge for, we charge at a fair rate, because we think that, if there is a value to be given, we want to give it to you as soon as possible. And again, the whole goal of it is, we're 20,000 people across 150 countries, all coming together to co-create and collaborate on amazing things that would have helped us when we were younger, would have helped us in our journey. And if we can help you guys take one step faster, that's all we wish for, and help you towards a path of a better life.
Thank you. Tamia?
Oh, my journey is a bit different from Conrad's, but we have some similarities. I was never in debt, but I started with no money. As I mentioned before, I'm from Hungary. The economic situation in Hungary is not the best. And many Eastern Europeans, including Hungarians, want to go to London to earn more money. And that's why I moved to London in 2015. And I didn't know anyone. I had £600 on my bank account that was left over from a university scholarship. And it wasn't even enough to pay rent. So what I did when I moved to London was that I found a family and they took me in exchange for cleaning the house and cooking. And while doing that, I found a job in an office. So I was working in the IT department of a big marketing company. And I also started freelancing on the side, doing social media marketing. So in Hungary, I used to work for the agency that represents Facebook. So I thought that when I moved to London, everybody will want to work with me. I speak 3 languages, I work for Facebook, I manage campaigns for Hilton, MasterCard, Duracell. And then when I went to London, it turned out that nobody cared what I did outside of London. So they wanted to give me an unpaid internship. And I was like, do you understand that I managed campaigns for Hilton hotels? Like, yeah, but where did you do that? I'm like, I was in Hungary. Okay, so what did you do in London? And I'm like I found a house to live in. Like, I didn't do much else. So that's why I started freelancing, because nobody would hire me in the field that I knew I was good at. And then the rest kind of happened organically, let's say. So my first client was a gym that I went to because I do Muay Thai, so I went to a martial arts gym. And I told them that I'm looking for a job in social media because I used to work for Facebook. And they were like, oh my God, we're looking for a person like you. So they became my first clients. And then the rest was kind of word of mouth. I started gaining more and more clients organically. I never ran campaigns for myself. I just believed in hard work and dedication. And slowly but surely, like in a year and a half, so it's not like you wake up one day and you're an entrepreneur, but for a year and a half, I had 3 jobs. I was working for the family, working in the office, and I was freelancing on the side. But in a year and a half, I managed to gain enough clients to quit my job and solely focus on my own business. And funnily enough, as soon as I quit, I landed my biggest client, which was a dental community with 30,000 members. And from then on, again, word of mouth, just built my company. And then I hired my first employee, then the second one, then the third one, then the fourth one, and then the 5th one. And it just kind of happened because I had more and more work that I couldn't do on my own, but it wasn't really strategically planned. So that's how I grew my agency. But right now, I'm on a different path because I'm taking a year off work after 7 years of working as an entrepreneur. And I like to focus on giving back, because you can grow your bank account as much as you want, but I think after a while, like, you will see that more money won't make you happier. So I would like to focus on giving back, doing something good in the world, and making a positive impact.
Can I ask you which way you are giving back?
It's a very good question, and it took me a while to figure out. So I started like volunteering at local organizations, but I wasn't sure that this is the right path. So that's why I started running Muay Thai retreats in Thailand, because I do Muay Thai, and I strongly believe that I achieved my financial and business goals because of Muay Thai, because it teaches you discipline, grit, like never give up, always just focus on your goals and work hard and you will get there. And that's Muay Thai, and I think that's also business. So I would like other people to experience this, to learn this, to pick up the right habits that comes with discipline and hard work. And yeah, that's why I started organizing Muay Thai retreats.
By the way, tomorrow, Taimi are going to be organizing the Muay Thai workshop.
Yes, that's correct. So at 10 o'clock, if you guys want to try Muay Thai, then you can see me in the park. Yes, you can try it at 10 o'clock.
So you're still entrepreneur. You just changed the methods from agency to Muay Thai retreat, which is still a business.
Yes, it is a business, but I'd like to keep it separate somehow. I don't want to poison the Muay Thai retreat with like financial goals. I do it to give back. And if it generates money, it's fine. But if it doesn't, that's also fine, because the main goal is giving back. And with the agency, my goal was money. And that's why, like, maybe next year when I finish my year off, I will do my agency again, but in a different way, so that it doesn't involve me so much, so I can have more free time and I can still focus on giving back while generating money. But I like to keep the two things separate.
Thank you so much. Kiki?
Yeah, thank you. I really liked how you said you can grow your bank account as much as you want, but it's different from if it's really fulfill your heart. Like I think you can only say that when you had a success with like your financial status. So, but it's everyone's wish, I think, to we want to grow the account, but also it's more you realize that it's more important here.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. That's amazing. So my story, it all happened this year. I started full-time nomading this year, in the beginning of this year, and I basically had almost zero clients in the beginning of this year. And I started going to a lot of nomad events, starting from this Colive Fukuoka last year. And after that, I went to Nomad Base Tarifa, Bansko Nomad Fest, Bosnia Nomad Fest, Nomad Cruise, and back again to here. So, and through that nomad community, I learned a lot. Like, because there's so many successful entrepreneurs, freelancers, people who work for companies, but still very being location and time independent. So I wanted to be like them. And I just during the path, my boyfriend, he suggested me that I would be a good life coach. And I started to feel, oh, I never had that idea, but I really like doing yoga sessions one-on-one, and maybe I will be a good coach too. And I started to talk to a lot of nomad life coaches, and they're so smart and fun and inspiring. I started to feel like, oh, I want to be like them. And I started to ask my nomad life coach friends how to do this, how do you build your business, how do you find your clients, and I just basically learned everything from my nomad friends through nomad events. So that's how I grew my business. I had 0 clients in August, but now I have 20 plus clients already. And it's all because of amazing people that I meet in this kind of nomad events. So go to a lot of nomad events because you get a lot of inspiration, talk to them, and I think you guys heard at a lot of nomad events before our talk. So yeah, go to Philippines, Mandela, like all those amazing places, and you will have your inspiration.
Thank you. What as an entrepreneur, and while you don't have office in Singapore, you don't have office in London, not even in Tokyo, or not even Madeira, what can go wrong while being an entrepreneur as a nomad with no specific location and people that you have to work with or hire?
Yeah, I mean, I have a few funny stories about that. Like, yeah, over the past, I think 7 years, I've hired over 100 people for either my startup or for the nonprofit. And I can tell you, there's 2 things that you guys kind of have to be very careful about. And this applies to everybody here, because you guys are going to travel, you guys are going to work with someone. It applies to either whether the relationship is hierarchical, right? You're their boss. Also, if you guys are colleagues or even partners. So the first one is time zones. And you say, no duh. Obviously, time zones will be a problem, right? But you don't realize how much of a problem it is. You sincerely have no idea. Because it's not just about missing a meeting because you woke up at the wrong time. It's not just because, their 10 a.m. doesn't mean your 10 a.m. and now you're at the wrong meeting link at the wrong time. And again, these are all things that are relatable. But it's more specifically that your productive time is not their productive time. And you're gonna be in a lot of meetings where it's completely useless because one of you is just waking up. And you don't want to be in that situation because you're just not gonna have a productive start to the day. So one solution I have for that, I guess, is just really try to orientate your life around a certain time zone or a group of time zones, right? I have a good friend, he works from the Europe time zone because it hits both Asia and also for the US, right? I think that's really good. So really try to orientate around that. The second one is culture. Culture. It's a very funny thing, and we're all multinational here, right? You think it's fine, but that's because we are all caring about the same purpose, right? The nomadic lifestyle, the being financially free, right? FIRE in some sort of way. That's really relatable to each one of us, so we can always find common ground. But when you're working with someone that is having totally different motivations than you, their life path, their values might be a bit different. It's very, very difficult to reconcile that because you're not exactly sure how to talk to them, how to work with them, how to make sure that you're being heard, how to make sure that they're being heard. So again, another solution there that I found after a lot of heartache is just figuring out where your bottom line is. Like, what do you actually want them to do? Do you need them to fill out the timesheet every single day? Do you need them to report their hours every single day? Do you need them to work this way? Do you need to work that way? Do you need them to use the exact systems that you're using, right? Or is it just important that you get this piece of work done? So I think it's really easy when you're working in an office setting, and seemingly many of you guys are, to just kind of take it for granted that the person sitting beside you at the office, the way that they work with you is going to be the same as how you're going to work with everyone else in the world. And I just really want to tell you that it's okay to dream, absolutely, but I would just say that over time you will realize that you just need to go to your bottom line and maybe even drop it a bit, and then you'll be much happier in the way that you interact and work with other people.
I agree, like communication is key. I had a my journey was really long when it comes to communication because I'm very goal-oriented and analytical, and I found it hard to communicate what I want from my employees to do. And if they didn't do what I had in my head, I got angry and impatient. So I had a long journey to learn how to communicate clearly what I wanted. Time zones were never a problem for me because all my team works asynchronously, so we don't work at the same time. Everybody works whenever they want. I treat everybody how I like to be treated, and I like to have complete freedom on when I do my work. So I give my team a deadline, they have a task, they have a deadline, and they can do it anytime. If they want to do it on Saturday, when they want to do it on Sunday, Monday morning, it doesn't matter. For me, the only important thing is that I have the task done by the deadline. So time zones are not a problem. And with my clients, at the beginning, I did try to work in like UK hours, but then I realized if I work with clients to whom working UK hours is important, that's what I'm going to attract. And then I realized I should just be just straight up front, telling my clients that I do travel around the world and I don't work UK hours, but I will deliver everything by the deadline. And we will have meetings during your working hours, but I also don't believe in meetings. I think meetings are a waste of time. So most of the things can be done via email or a short voice note, or if anything needs like super specific clarification, maybe, but I would rather just send a screen recording with instructions than trying to set up a time when both of us are free and then nobody does anything afterwards. So this is how I manage my team. And when I started telling my clients that I don't work in their working hours, they accepted it in the contract. It's in the contract that I might not be available in those working hours. But I would often travel back to London for in-person meetings with important clients, like no matter where I was. Like my longest journey, I think, was from Bali before the pandemic happened. So I traveled back from Bali to London for meetings, and then I landed, and then 3 days later, all my meetings got canceled because of the pandemic. And I'm like, oh, did I just fly back from Bali to get all my in-person meetings canceled? But it's fine. But now I don't really have in-person meetings. And I just tell everyone you can see me on the screen, and if it's not good, then we're not a good match.
Since I started to work on the magazine, after I've been many years as a corporate person, I think I broke all the rules of normal work, and I have my own rules right now. And as I live in a very limited time and energy capacity, I work only with people who has desire to work, who delivers without me explaining what to do and when to deliver. I don't like the word deadline. Every time person asks me deadline, I was like, I have no deadline, but I need things to move. If you move things when you can, this is good enough for me. So I work with people who do not disappear, who think themselves what would be the best for the project, for the outcome, who comes to me with ideas, who comes to, okay, I'm gonna do it because I'm busy, and if they can take work off me, that's the kind of people I like to work with. Of course, we need to have a conversation about to motivation, what we're going to do, what our directions, what our goals, what we are trying to achieve. But every single person in my team has to know their role and have their own skills to deliver. And they can be completely independent on that. And I don't like calls. And in maximum, we text that the person says, I'm going to do this. I'm like, okay. And he does it. And I expect someone to deliver me, for example, video editing, and ask me, where is the deadline? I'm like, I don't have a deadline. But he delivers it within 1 week or 2 weeks. That's perfect. That's things moving forward. And that's how I launched the magazine. No calls, no deadlines, with the responsible people that I'm not looking behind their shoulders. And that's the only type of people I work. If people disappear, don't deliver, just don't call me again. I have another people in the world to find and work with. That's it.
Sorry, I wanted to just jump on that if you don't mind, because like it's super funny, and I think there's so much value here that what they're sharing, and I'm going to kind of break it down a little bit because there's a really cool thing that I've now implemented after so many years of, again, trialing and failing and bad meetings and people not delivering on deadlines and a lot of stuff. So I think there should be like 3 tiers of people that you work with. That's just my personal philosophy. You guys can do it however you guys want. But I like to think of it as a game, right? When you're playing a video game, and I'm sure many of you guys have had experience with it, this is Japan, the game country. There's a lot of like really cool insights we can draw from that, because when you're in a game and you're taking quests from like a quest master, everything is structured. Go kill 10 foxes. Go bring back 5 chickens. Go bring these feathers, It's very, very specific tasks that everyone has done before, or you can just watch a Loom video, right? A quick 5-minute video, and you know how to do it. So those I call contributors, right? People that want to come in and just contribute some time, and they want to get paid for very quick mercenary work. Those are the people that you have strict SOPs on. You can just give them the task, and they'll execute on it. The next tier I think about is the collaborators, people that you want to come in and really give their full attention and time to you, whether that be part-time or full-time work. And those people, I think it's more important to be together on the policies, the guidelines of how you want your work to be done. You want to be clear on what your bottom line is, but then you want to let them iterate and improve and build however they want. And those people are going to be the people that are going to be in your corner that have been with you for 5-10 years, right? And then the last tier, I think, which is super important, and the people that you're probably going to meet at this conference are what I call the co-creators, the people that are going to create together with you, that are doing their own businesses, that are doing amazing things, that are go-getters and going to pursue everything, and they're already on that path, and you can help accelerate their journey, and you can support them on the way to their success. They're going to bring you along, and you're going to bring them along, right? A rising tide lifts all boats, and I think that's exactly what the amazing folks here at Colive Fukuoka is doing for us, and I think that's really the way I think about the structure of how work can be.
Very well. You said it really well. Yeah. Thank you.
Amazing, yes.
Okay, we have 2 minutes left, and I would like to come back to the main question why we are here. And I would ask you to, very short, like 1 sentence short, to say, I am nomad entrepreneur because. Why you are not employee? Why you are not in the office? Why you decided to make this hard work on solving so many things to be entrepreneur? Nomad entrepreneur. Conrad?
Because I have to. Like it's a desire, I have to do it. There's no other way.
Taimia?
For me, it's freedom to decide what I want to do when I wake up and have complete freedom.
Kiki?
To be location and time independent, and also doing what I love, enjoy. This is my ikigai that I do right now. Like I love doing coaching sessions. So this is what I'm good at, what I love, what make money, and what people come for.
And me, I love creativity freedom. In my project, I can come up with the idea and go and execute tomorrow. I don't have to ask anyone and don't have to approve the budget on what I'm doing. Even if it's a dumb idea, I'm still gonna do it, and I love that. And also I love that I can talk about my project 24/7. I can go on conferences like this and talk about the magazine also 24/7, even if I'm tired. I love that. That gives me a lot of energy and excitement. And I had a freedom for 10 years. So freedom is being an employee. I have been free for a long time without being entrepreneur. But entrepreneur opened my wings and let me fly. Thank you so much. Are there anything else? We are run out of time, but are there anything else you would like to add from yourself to the audience that taking time to listen our panel talk?
Can I add one thing about the time zones? Just a quick note. And also about the calls, because I thought it's very interesting because my business is 100% based on calls, because I'm a coach and I do sessions and it's all in calls, and it's very difficult to when you're traveling. Like I also traveled 40 countries this year, and it's always very difficult to constantly moving and time. I'm always in the different time zones to build the trust and the relationship, and because it's the trust and relationship with my clients. So I think it's about it is about managing the time, but it's also trying to build more trust, but you also do what you want to do. So I try to be, when I'm in Japan, most of my clients are Japanese, so I always try to meet them in person and build the trust, and building the trust is the key.
Tamia?
Maybe I'd like to mention I'm running the Muay Thai retreat for digital nomads. It's for complete beginners. So if you'd like to join us, it's the first week of December, the next retreat, and I would like to offer $100 off to anybody who's sitting in the audience right now. You can see the QR code which is on the screen, so you can scan that and drop me a message on Instagram and say that you were in the audience, and then I'll just give you $100 off from the next Muay Thai retreat. And I hope I will see many of you tomorrow at 10 o'clock during the Muay Thai class.
Conrad, anything to add?
Yeah, no, I think I really appreciated having this session with you guys. Thank you so much for giving us your time and your energy. If you want to follow me and see what else I'm working on, there's a QR code on screen, like Tamia mentioned. Also, as part of one of our programs under the nonprofit, we do have co-living spaces as well. So if you're ever in Singapore or in Osaka or in San Francisco and now recently in Toronto, and you want to stay around amazing people that will help you level up and grow together, definitely please come by and join us.
Thank you. And if you want to connect with any of us, you can see QR codes right next to our pictures. You can scan and get connected. I'm working on Nomad Gossip magazine, and we are issuing our second edition. This is the magazine written by digital nomads, experienced digital nomads, and we are talking no bullshit, only about things that we care about. So, welcome to nomadgossip.com and to check out our next wonderful magazine edition. And thank you so much, guys, for sharing this panel. We still have time for 10 minutes Q&A if you have any questions to any of these amazing people next to me.
Oh, while we wait, so 10 o'clock tomorrow is Tamia's Muay Thai class. 11 o'clock tomorrow is my yoga class. So you can join her class at 10 and come to my yoga at 11. Where? At the park. We're at the park. Right next to art venue.
Any questions? Yes, please. What is your business about? Mm-hmm. I think Tamia can share from expertise building, from freelance to agency.
When I started, Fiverr and Upwork wasn't really present yet. So my first client was the gym, but I also registered on freelancing sites. I was on one called People Per Hour, which sounds very dodgy. I don't know who came up with this name, but it had like normal like hourly rates, not like Fiverr and Upwork. But I did gain some clients from there, and then they started recommending me to other people. So I think Michelle said it 100 times today, like your network is your net worth. So I would say meet people, and if I had to start again today, which I technically will when I stop my year off, then I will just look at my network, see who could use my skills and the services I can offer, and they are going to be my first clients again, or reach out to the people who I previously worked with and just stop the contract because of my time off. But I would say start with the people who you know already.
I think in Nomad world, we work with people that we trust, and we work with people that we know that someone knows, and that we know that you are safe. For example, all the people that I work with, I knew them by recommendation. And also one person did amazing thing that she's now in my team. She sent me, for example, that you can do as well. She sent me a message that she wants to write for me and work for me. And I'm like, I'm full. I don't have place, I don't have budget, anything. And she sent me a message like, can I do for you this little thing and charge you this little amount? And I'm like, yeah, it's not a big deal. Let's do it. So I do love to do these tests, and you can do this test and throw spaghetti and see if that sticks. So I gave her this task. She delivered immediately, perfectly, amazing. Then I felt that, oh, I have actually more in my plate, so I can give her more and take out from my plate. So I started to give her another task. She delivered it perfectly. Then another one, she delivered it perfectly. Then I was like, take it at all. And then she's a part of the team, because when you are trying to get squeezed, you have to go through this untrust border. But if you show that you are trustworthy and deliver and understand what the people need, that's when they're gonna open up for you. And yes, network, the best thing that happened with me was through people.
I might also add one more thing, combining, again, two amazing solutions as well. So it seems to me that you are looking to start something of your own, right, towards the entrepreneurial journey. One thing that I found really is really cool, and also something that I did myself too, was try to find like something that you can fix that's public. So like, for example, like there's this amazing YouTube channel, I don't remember the name, something. But basically all they do is like rate UX UI of like websites, and then they fix it in real time. And then each video gets like, what, 100,000 views. I guarantee you, within those 100,000 views, probably someone there might want to hire you and would be interested about your work. Not to mention the company you just audited and fixed, right? So for me, like how I even got confidence to start the nonprofit was I was, working at my company, and then I thought, hey, I figured out something that's really cool that other people should figure out as well. Playing video games actually helps you in life and doesn't detract from you in life. At the time, I was already starting to think about gamifying my life and how work can be play. So I put that online on a YouTube video, and within a day, I got 20,000 views. And I was like, wow, people care about this. This is a crazy thing that not only I care about, but other people do, and other people will reach out to you. And you really can't underestimate what having a platform does for you. And you can just get started by being authentic and just really trying to help.
Any more questions? Then, please stand up and say thank you so much for this amazing entrepreneurial journey. You're being amazing. Yay!
Thank you so much, guys.
Applauses, please, to this big, great group.
Thank you very much.
ありがとうございました。
Thank you for your time. Thank you. We are popular. Look.
Thank you.
Thank you
Bye-bye,
guys. Have an amazing time at Colive Fukuoka.
ありがとうございました。
Okay, thank you for the wonderful insights. Let's give a big round of applause to the amazing speakers. Thank you. So, we are going to go straight to the next panel discussion. But before that, I'm going to give you guys a friendly reminder of the venue guidelines first. So, as you all know, there's no food and drinks allowed in this inside the hall, and please make sure to dispose your trash in the designated trash cans. Okay, and there's going to be there's going to be evening activities after the conference today and tomorrow. So if you haven't registered yet, please visit the official website. We'd love for you to join us. Okay. I think that's pretty much it for me. Okay, so let's move into the next panel discussion. We will have the discussion theme is going to be about community manager. Secret message from community managers. So community managers from around the world will share what they prioritize in maintaining a vibrant community ecosystem. They will talk about the hidden challenges and struggles that community leaders face while building spaces where nomads can connect. Now let's welcome our speakers to the stage. Please give a round of applause for Chinatsu, Duncan, Harry, and Shelly. Woo!
Okay, hi guys. Thank you for joining us for our community management talk. We'll go through and introduce ourselves so you know who we all are. I'm Shelley, I'm from Hapoyan, which is based in Vietnam. I've been living in Vietnam for 6 years and I've been part of Hapoyan on and off for those 6 years. Yeah, that's me.
Okay, hi guys, I'm Harry. I'm from Taipei. I'm currently based in Taiwan and had been nomad for like 2 years and currently curating the largest international nomad community in Taiwan.
Hi, my name is Duncan Kim from South Korea, and then we are running co-living and co-working spaces in Seoul, probably in Busan soon. And then we call it Hoping House. So if you guys are interested in anytime, drop by Hoping House in Seoul. There's a lot of like digital nomads in there, so you can easily make friends in there, and then make some fun in there too. Thank you.
So hi everyone, I am Chichi. I work as a community manager at a co-working space in Tokyo. We call it S-Tokyo. It's a community co-working space. And also, we work for a hospitality company. So we run co-working space, and also we run a hotel. It's like a co-living hotel in Kanazawa. Yeah, we were there. I was a receptionist at the hotel, then now I am a community manager. So yes, S-Tokyo just opened 7 months ago. So yeah, I'm a beginner community manager. Nice to meet you. Thank you.
Plus, on top of that, if you go to Tokyo, S-Tokyo there, the first floor, they got the really tasty coffee. You have to try it. I've been in there. I never forget the taste of coffee there.
Oh.
So please try it.
Yeah,
Thank
everyone
you.
come. Thank you. Yay.
Okay, so this panel is about talking about some of the issues we have faced as a community manager. People do believe this is like an easy job. You just have to be nice and friendly to everyone, and then that's it. There's a lot of hidden tasks and issues that we all have to deal with as a community manager, and we were just going to discuss it. As I've had quite a lot of experience with it, I'm the moderator, and I'm just going to be asking these guys some questions. But I will obviously be chipping in because I've had experience of it as well. So my first question would be boundaries. Now, for me, this is the one of my, one of the main issues I've had working as a community manager. It's sometimes it can be a 24/7 job. It's the one things that, obviously our members are number one, and we are here to make our members happy, and we are willing to do a lot of things for our members, but it's very hard to set boundaries to our members and for ourselves. So my first question would be how you've dealt with setting boundaries between you and your members.
Let me go first, okay. Okay, I got a lot of secret message for you guys over here today. Also, at the same time, I got a lot of complaint. Yeah, I mean, you guys are digital nomads, so weird. I mean, okay, let me explain that. Okay, 6 months ago, it just happened to me. So I was just freelancing business consultant before, and then right over there, yeah, right there, yeah. Her name is Jung, the CEO of the Hoping House. She just keep persuading me, like, okay, shall we just work together as I thought digital nomad, as a community manager. I was like, I don't know about the word, like, what is digital nomad, and then what is the community manager. I didn't even know that, but it feels like okay. So I have somewhat like trust in her, so I said just like, yes, we're gonna do that. Yeah, but I have no idea about that at that moment 6 months ago. So. And then, yeah, we are running like co-living and co-working spaces at the same time. So there's a lot of like, like global digital nomads, just like you guys, yeah, from various countries. And then, yeah, slowly I've been in there, working in there, and then, yeah, naturally we just came closer, and then we're making friends with each other, and then we keep talking, having a conversation. Sometimes we go out. I mean, having fun, like drinking, or Korea has great nightlife. Yeah. So, first of time we're having fun, but I have to work, right? Yeah. So, which means if I go there, Hoping House, I cannot work at all, because I spend my time to just keep talking. Okay, are you guys good? Oh, you look not good. So today, what happens to you? Yeah, we have a conversation like it's gonna forever. It's gonna last forever. So it happens to me a lot, and then I don't know how to handle that kind of situation. I've never done it before, so it was quite difficult. Yeah, and then still I'm struggling to how to make a balance between my private life and then my work as a community manager. Yeah, so it's really interesting, but yeah. I mean, based on that sort of like experience, yeah, the reason why I still being with her, yeah, is you guys are at the same time, you guys are weirdo, but at the same time, you guys are amazing existence. Because sometimes even Korean people, between the Korean people, or even between Korean friends, sometimes I cannot talk really freely. I mean, I got some subtle issues, I cannot really talk to them. But with you guys, sometimes I can open everything. I don't know why, but it happens. Just between the like-minded person, I have a lot of my weakness and everything, but sometimes I share that sort of like weak information with them, and then they also open their mind to me, and then that sort of experience really amazing. Yeah, and then that makes me keep working. Yeah, community manager for digital nomad, and then yeah, you know, people relationship between people and people needs a time. Yeah, yeah, and then just 6 months have passed, and then now I got a couple of really close digital nomad friends. Yeah, I can tell everything about me to them. I can open it. Yeah, they also put his or her trust on me. So they just tell me everything about themselves. Yeah. So that sort of special, quite unique and special experience, yeah, keep working me like that sort of, I mean, not easy, but yeah, but still struggling, but I want to find that, you know, balancing point. Yeah, I also really put my high priority on my private life too, but at the same time, I really amazed by that sort of experience with you guys. So yeah, let's try. Let me see. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so like I would also like to share like some same situation that I face because our community is still at a very early stage. So like a lot of workload falls on me apparently. Of course, like making friends with community members is really important because the more, the closer relationship you have with your member and the more you know about them, which can benefit the community organization. However, sometimes it's just too busy to make friends, especially we are specializing in events, physical events. While I'm working all the time, I just cannot make friends. So my solution is that we separate like work and, being a part of a community. When you work, you work. Or when you being friends with community, you being friends with community. When it comes to time management, as a leader, I allocate the resource and power to my team member. So whenever someone come up to me, let's say, oh, hey, I have a good idea, I want to collaborate, I would say, go to that person. Like she's in charge of the sponsorship, she's in charge of the activity. So that's how I manage my time. And finally now, I finally got some time to make friends with my community member.
Yeah, very nice. Yeah, I have the same issue over here. Yeah, so I'm thinking about boundary, me and community members. I have for example, I made a Discord community. Yes, because I wanted to contact with community members. Like, yeah, you know, they're easy to ask some questions. Hey, what's going on? Like, there's some events. Please come to the event here tonight, or something like that. And then I made a Discord online community. Then, yeah, after my work, like finish my work, then they text me, like easy to contact to me, like, hey, tomorrow I will be on that time at the community space. Then if they have some problems, they just text me after like 10 p.m. So I'm 30. Yes. I should text back to them. Yes. Maybe I shouldn't, but I don't need to. But I really, yeah. I need to text back. So now I'm thinking about how you guys organizing an online community. Like after you work, you don't text back to them? No? Any like a suggestion for me?
For me, I do have a limit. I will not reply if it's past a certain time unless it's something specific about a facility. For example, in the co-living, someone's locked out or the aircon is broken. If it's an emergency, then I will have to respond. But if it's something about Hoi An or just a random question, then no. I think you have to be very, very good about setting boundaries, because otherwise you will just burn out because you will be working 24/7. So I think right from the get-go, you get used to it and then you won't feel bad. Because yeah, there is always that worry, oh my God, I've upset this member for not replying. They're gonna be annoyed with me. I might have lost this member now from my co-working space. But you have to put yourself first in some of these situations, no matter how hard it is. And this is a lesson I've learned and it's taken me 6 years. So just, just so you know, I think it's something very important for any business. Boundaries are very important for clients and for you. Yeah. But it is a real tough situation, I would say.
That was so tough. Yeah. But thank you. Yeah, I will make the boundary. Yes, after my work. Okay.
I wish you luck. And for me as well, we never got round to it, but because I was, our community is based on WhatsApp. And we have a lot of WhatsApp chats and a lot of information going on. And I think maybe it could be a good solution to have a personal and work phone. So you're not seeing all your chats all the time coming through. It could be a good way to be able to set another boundary and switch off. Again, that's just a suggestion that I've not got round to doing. But another idea I would suggest thinking about.
Just let me add something. While I was struggling about that sort of problem, I have a experience, very special and unique experience, while running a hopping house there. And then it was like, okay, so time had passed by. So our trust was building up, like accumulation. So somewhat, at some point, I was thinking like, okay, this kind of job, they can do that easily, So I just let them do a couple of, things in the hopping house, And then slowly, they just catching up, So and our hopping house also like 24 hours, 365 days operation, and then whenever we're sleeping, somebody's in there, because here in Korea, both Korea and Japan, it's really upside down. I mean, most of digital nomad from like North America or European country, they have to adjust their time working in like their time and the company time. So some of the group, they're always working like in the nighttime, so they will be there. So I was like, oh, I'm not supposed to be in there, because they're gonna deal with everything there. If some newcomers popping up or show up out of nowhere, they just teach how to how to drop in or how to use the work kitchen center, stuff like that, And then we slowly, build up that sort of like system, not system, but kind of things, And then finally, in the summertime, this summer, in Korea, there's a flooding. There's a lot of rain, 3 days in a row, At the time, I was in Japan, in Nara Prefecture. I was working in there. And then Jung over there, standing over there, she was in Bansko, Bulgaria. And then we were not in there. We only got 2 people in there, charging the hopping house. And then there's a lot of nomads in there. And then floodings happened. And then our hopping house was like, the water was like this level. And then they just, while I have a business meeting in Nara, in Japan, they just took a picture and then keep sending me, hey, Duncan, it's flooding over here. What am I gonna do? And then I said like, I don't know. I have a really important business meeting. So could you just do something for me? And then I just, call off the phone. And then, they're digital nomad. They're grown up, and then they got some skills and everything. They're smart. They're smart existence, just like you guys sitting there. So they just dealing with, they just, shovel up and everything. And then they just really did for us. They just really did for us. I mean, based on that sort of like experience and then trust relationship, we can just, just trust each other while I'm absent in there, while she's absent in there, And then floodings happen, or the other problems happening, we can, help each other, help each other, That's, kind of, my experience before. But that's, the important thing, I'm still struggling, I couldn't find my, private life in there, so still struggling, but that was really, unique and special experience for me. Thank you.
I think, being able to rely on your members is just such a nice way, and a great thing to show how much your members are loving your space. Because if they're wanting to help and help you, that's a really good sign that you're doing your job really well. I would also suggest maybe volunteers. volunteers are a really good way of getting extra help in when you're overwhelmed or overworked. You can offer free accommodation if you have co-living, free membership at the co-working space, and then ask for a specific amount of hours or to help you. So that could be really good way to manage your workload. And also the events, if you're struggling doing events and everything else, volunteers are a really good resource. Okay, moving on. I think one of the main other issues I have is managing sizes of communities. So at one point, Hap Hoi An gets really busy in March and Feb, and we have, this March was our busiest season, and we had around 80 members. Yeah, so it was super, super busy. And then from rainy season, it goes down and maybe 20, 25 members. So dealing with managing large groups to dealing with small groups is a real hard, one of the hardest issues, I would say, for community management. Have you guys ever had experiences where you've had a small community and no one's really getting involved, no one really wants to join in, and how would you deal with that?
I have a very small co-working space, so there are only 12 seats. So it's suddenly fully booked sometimes, yes. But like it's still very small community, and also we just opened that co-working space. So it's difficult for me is the things difficult for me is like organize a small community. Like it's difficult to connect the members, yes, because there is a few chance to get to, like, you know, if we have a lot of members, like sometimes like we can meet friends, like we can make a friends with like-minded people. But yeah, if I hold an event, then like very few people come to the event, like 4 or 3, and just like normal talk, then okay, bye. It's finished. So it's very difficult to connect like with like-minded people in my small working space. Yes.
Oh, in my case, we also have not really having enough spaces for you guys. Like it's maximum capacity for co-living house is like 10 people, and then the co-working space is like, okay, if there's 15 people out there, sitting there, then it's almost full. So yeah, just dealing with the small, community, or like running the co-working spaces is like actually I'm as I already mentioned, I just try to escape that space. Okay, my house is located in 3 minutes by walking distance from that hoping house. And then what's happening is like, okay, Saturday, Sunday, okay, and the weekends, if I just want to go outside having a lunch, right? And then if I just go to lunch while I'm in the street, okay, somebody called me like, hey, Duncan! Yeah, I was like, oh my God, it happened again. Yeah. So the digital nomad friend, okay, they're really close friend. Yeah. And then they are, have you ever been to Korea? Okay, there's a really good barbecue restaurant out there. Yeah, there's many. Yeah. And then if you go to Korea, they're usually served the apron. Yeah. And then you guys wearing apron, because it protects you guys from the mark, like from kimchi or any soup or something. So you guys usually wearing the apron and then eat. And then the people, my friends, Duncan, he's like wearing apron like this, and then like in the outside, like Duncan from the restaurant. Yeah, so it happens a lot. So yeah, so I want to put some, physical distance. Yeah, physical or like distance from hoping house. With that friends. Yeah, but at the same time, we're also last September, Yeah, we also threw the workation event, and then yeah, just before the co-living Fukuoka, we threw the workation event in Busan, yeah, the second largest city in Korea, and then we threw the workation event, and there's 80 digital nomads from the various country. They just visited, yeah, they just participated, yeah, in that workation. And then there was huge people, and then I didn't even know how to deal with that people. Yeah, but the good thing is we just divided it by week. The first week, yeah, there's 25 people participant, and then the second week, okay, another like 20 people, yeah, participant. Yeah, third week, and then the last fourth week, there's over 60 people, 65, yeah, participants were just showing up at the same time. So it was like, okay, first, second, third week, there's no problem. I could handle it. Like, okay, yeah, while workation, I go to there like, oh, how is going? Hey, what's up? You know, yeah, that's sort of small talk. That sort of small talk really helpful for building up the human relationship. What's your hobby? You know, yeah. Yeah, you really enjoy the Busan or something like that. Yeah, and then that kinds of accumulation really helped me making real friends. Yeah, between the digital nomad and me. Yeah, and then yeah, fourth week. But at the same time, I have to deal with the program itself, right? Yeah, the plannings and stuff like that. And there's like tons of working in there. And then the fourth week, the 65 people just showing up, and then I was like just. My mental just bankrupt at the same time. I mean, there's a lot of people out there, so I couldn't do how to handle it. And then there's also my work's also going on. So my biggest regret from that workation event was like, yeah, I have to put more effort to, just carrying people just one by one if I had to, but yeah, I was kind of escaping that kind of sin because I was like, I don't have any social energy. I have to recharge my social battery, you know. Yeah. So yeah, that just happened to me. So yeah, but the biggest happiness is like, okay, that like 80 people also enjoyed the Busan itself. There's a lot of charming point or attraction in Busan. They just try to eat like the Busan food, local food, or they just making friends, Busan local friends in there, yeah. And then they just really enjoyed their Busan life and to its fullest. And then that sort of thing, I was really, yeah, that makes my heart really warm, yeah. So, yeah, thank you. I mean, I'm really happy to share this kind of experience with you guys. Yeah.
For my case, I think digital community serve for multiple purposes. In our case, from the very beginning, we grew from 20 people every month to now all the way to 80 people per event. And we realized the size of different matters, and also the topic of event also matters. We have tried several events, like night event, alcohol event, a pop-up welcoming event for foreign nomads coming to Taiwan, and also huge 80 people event. And we realized that for people who stay in different specific types of event are different. So I would say, considering as a business, I wouldn't satisfy everyone, but we always try our best to see their needs and also provide what we can provide as a community. So I would say, you have to either position yourself in a really specific way as a community, or you try to provide as many solutions as possible. So either way, it can help you to go through some difficulties.
Yeah, I think that's a really good suggestion. Variation for events is really important for such big communities and even small communities. Giving it many options will mean someone will want to do something and then ask someone else to join, or carry on that event themselves and try and get other people in. So variation of any event and see what members want is really, really important. For me as well, I figured I would limit numbers for events sometimes as well. So we would hold regular family meals every Friday for all our members. But at sometimes when we've got 30, 40 people attending, no one's making worthwhile connections. No one is networking or sat next to the person they want to be sat next to. So it's we started limiting our numbers. So then there would be a meal for 10 people, and then more that would make our members happy, and they would have a more enjoyable experience. I think for the smaller communities, it's a harder situation. Yeah. If you've just got 2 people, it makes it very hard. And one of those is an introvert, then it's really, really hard. But the way I would suggest is just to try and figure out something they really enjoy, like food. If they're really into food, then you can suggest something like that. Or yoga, find out what their interests are and try and connect that way, rather than forcing an event and then those 2 don't even want to do it.
I would like to share one of my experiences recently. We just had our latest event last month, like a few days ago actually. And we heard the voice from the community that actually there are people who would like to have coffee during the in-person event. Like we had never provide coffee as a drink. We usually provide tea, like sweet drinks, whatever, or water is water. And from that time, we got a sponsor. It's a new coffee brand from Honduras. And in our event, and actually it's really, really so popular. And the brand even made sales around $350 USD at the event, just one event. So it was a really surprising result. So I would say listening to community's voice is really important.
Yeah, I think that's like I said before, our members are the most important part of our community. So we have to really acknowledge what they want, even if we don't like it. My members, some of them love board games. Board game nights is one of our most popular event, and board games stress me out. I can't deal with it. I don't like it. I just don't enjoy it. But obviously we put it on because that's what our members want. So we have to really listen and make sure we are taking that feedback back. We will always make sure we can ask our members, is there anything they want us to do? But also boundaries at the same time. So it's really hard. I think we're nearly up, which that half hour went really quick, guys. Oh, really? Yeah, we came on at 1:30, I think. I just have one question from all of you, because I love putting people on the spot. What would your one piece of advice be for a new community manager? For for someone coming into your job, don't even think about it, just say.
Okay, I think I can do it first. From me, be open-minded, since creating community is like creating a startup company. I mean, things will happen even though you're not expecting. So be open to your community member, be open to what could ever happen, and work hard.
Work hard. Okay, from me, I'm like a very new community manager, but I would say, for Japanese people who wanted to be a community manager. So the digital nomads are totally different from Japanese normal people, you know what I mean? They are very talkable and so unique, and they have a confidence about their life. But Japanese, if they have a confidence and enjoying their life, they don't say hey, I am blah blah, I'm doing this kind of job, it's very nice or something like that. It's very unnormal for Japanese actually, but we should do if you wanted to connect with digital nomad, I think. So please be open-minded and let's try to talk with digital nomad people, just like them. Yes, that's my advice.
Okay, so on top of that, let me add physical fitness, or just physical energy or something like that, because without it, I cannot do anything good for you guys. I came to realize, today morning I also run the Ohori Park. I ran 5 kilometers. I want to make that sort of my routine, anywhere I am, because without it, I'm just really evil for you guys. Whenever you guys asking me, like, I'm just ignoring, you know, yeah, or just I don't want to send back to the message and stuff like that. I don't want to give you any information because I'm you know, yeah, I'm stressed down. Yeah, so I mean, based on your physical, fitness or healthness, it's really, somewhat important. Without it, you cannot do anything. And without it, you cannot do anything. With it, you can do like something good for them. Yeah, for you guys. Thank you.
Okay, I think we're up, guys. So thank you so much for joining this panel and your insights to your community management styles. Thanks for joining, everyone. Does anyone have any questions? I forget about that situation. Okay. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Okay, they're already out, but let's give another big round of applause to them. Thank you very much. So now we're gonna take a 5-minute break. So please come back in 5 minutes, around 4:05. Yes, so see you in 5 minutes. Okay, everyone. Thank you for staying with us. Now we're going to be. The next panel discussion is going to be about festival, retreat, event investing in the nomad ecosystem. The speakers will share insights into the unique ecosystems of Nomad Fest and retreats. We will hear about how nomad events are shaping social impacts through investing in these ecosystems. Okay, guys, ready? Now let's welcome our speakers to the stage. Please give a round of applause for Holger, Joe, Jan, and Stefanos.
Hello, everyone. You know by now. Let's do it one more time. Hello, everyone. Thank you. And again, like last time, if you can come a little bit closer, we're not biting, and it's going to make a better environment for our speakers. So if you can just come a little bit closer, that would be great. Thank you so much. Okay. I'm not sitting like this because this is traditional. My back is killing me in this kimono. So actually, this is the optimal positions to sit in. So we're going to have a panel discussion about the economy of the digital nomads. We have so many events, different types of events. So we're going to discuss a little bit about these events and see if it's a good venture, and understand from people who have run multiple events and they have a lot of experience. So let me quickly introduce you to our panelists. First of all, on my left, we have Jan Richter. Jan left 15 years ago Germany, and he has lived more than 6 months in 8 different countries. He runs an e-commerce business about German language and Nomads Paradise in Philippines, where he is now staying. He told me a fun fact about him, that he went to the Philippines for love, but in the end it didn't work out, but he fell in love with the country. So, round of applause for Jan. Thank you for being here, Jan. Round of applause. Thank you, my friends. Thank you. I know you are tired, but let's give a little bit of energy. So, next, we have Joe Fallon. Joe left 12 years ago the UK. Nobody loves Europe. Everybody's leaving. To come to Asia, and is the co-founder of adventure tour companies and True Travels. Lately, he started running digital nomad adventures from his resort in Tiki Beach in Koh Phangan. I asked for a fun fact, and he told me the very exciting fact that his uncle was actually R2-D2 in the original Star Wars trilogy. Ooh. So, round of applause for Joe. Thank you. Lastly, we have Holger Mette. Holger visited Fukuoka, and hear this, 6,326 days ago. How did you even calculate that? Where he just swapped businesses from being a lawyer in Sydney to doing a business with photo and video content. So he's the co-owner of Bansko Nomad Fest and develops businesses providing mid-term accommodation for digital nomads. His fun fact is how he learned to swim. He did it the proper way. He was thrown on the swimming pool on the deep end when he was 4. As you can see, he's still alive, so he was successful. Congratulations, Holger. Let's hear it for Holger. All right. So, let's start with a question. We're going to go from Jan and we're going to move to everyone. So the first question I would like to ask all of you, in just 2 minutes, can you explain a little bit about your event and what is it? Because there are so many different types of events. We have festivals, we have masterminds, we have retreats. So can you tell us a little bit about your event and how do you identify that event of yours?
My event, Nomads in Paradise, is a 1-week event. So it's from Sunday to Sunday. Usually the mornings are conference where we have keynote speakers and some workshops, and the afternoon is more either you work because you have to catch up on work because you can't take a week off, or there's also networking and other fun activities like a beach, bonfire, surfing, ice bath, whatever the island has to offer. We will meet for sunset, just to watch the sunset, but also obviously for a little bit networking, and then there will be networking dinners every evening, and then whoever wants to still drink a few beers or whatever, there is party also every night for those people that want to party. We also have an excursion already included in the ticket. That's a one full day trip to a secret island that we will have exclusively for our event. And from there we go back a little bit before sunset because we want to watch the sunset on something that's actually called Secret Island, because there is just a sandbank about 1 meter underwater. So we watch the sunset from the middle of the ocean with some boats surrounding us. And the goal of the event is pretty much to connect my international friends, you fellow nomads, with Filipinos, because my motivation for that is pretty much Filipinos have a weak passport. I don't think we have any Filipino here, right? So
Any Filipinos here? No.
No, because they need a visa for Japan.
Yes,
And
they
that's
do.
hard to get. That's why I need to bring everybody to the Philippines, because I learned the most in those kind of events that I actually need in my business and in life. And I met most of my good friends on those kind of events.
So with one word, how would you describe your endeavor? Is it just an event, or you would give it a different word?
I would say mission.
Mission, all right. So Joe, would you like to go next?
Sure. So with my company DNA, we actually do a few different things. So we do events like this one, but smaller and on the beach. We do co-living as well, because it's run from my beach resort in Koh Phangan, so it makes sense to do co-living packages there as well. And because of my background in adventure tours, I actually do what we call adventure retreats. So it's like a cross between a group adventure tour and a personal and business development retreat. So they're the three things that we offer. The upcoming event in December, which I spoke briefly about earlier, is called Beach Meets, and it's about 50 entrepreneurs and digital nomads from around the world, similar to what Jan's doing in Shergau, but smaller scale, a little bit more intimate, 5 days rather than 7 days. And we have a mixture of keynotes, masterminds, we have networking sessions, we have live music in the evenings, we've got a boat trip around the island. And it's going to be really cool. It's the third one that we've done. We've done two already this year. This is the third one of the year. And I guess the goal of it, and the goal of all of the stuff we're doing with DNA really, is to bring more entrepreneurs to Koh Phangan and showcase how good an island it is to live a balanced life, and that it is a good place to run a business from. I think if there's been anything slightly missing from my life on the island over the last few years, it would be a good mastermind group of fellow entrepreneurs. So rather than have to come to events like this all the time, as Jan said, bring them to you. So that's what we're trying to do.
So Jan has a mission, and you can do a little bit of everything with your company. You have a potpourri of events for people.
Yeah. I guess it's a passion project for now. I mean, I exited my last company last year, and so this is me having fun and networking.
Excellent. Thank you, Joe. And Holger, would you like to talk a little bit about Bansko Nomad Fest?
Yep, thanks very much. So Bansko, for those who haven't been or haven't been familiar with it, is the largest event at the moment in the festival space for digital nomads. It's an annual event. Now we're coming up to our sixth time running it. It's a week-long event, and it's designed to expose people to areas that they're maybe not familiar with. So we have a lot of mindfulness kind of events, some entrepreneurial events, marketing, the whole spectrum of digital nomad life. It's larger in terms of numbers, so it gives us the opportunity to create something where people find what they're looking for within that week-long event. It's designed around making connections and collaborating with people. We're aiming to use the event as a platform for people to further their own businesses, to create their own events as well, and basically bring together the global nomad community in what's maybe an unlikely place, a very small mountain village in Bulgaria. For us, it's probably the first real nomad village where the number of nomads compared to the size of the town is very significant, and it gives it a very special atmosphere. So, yeah, Bansko is a week-long event that probably spills over the whole month and then the rest of the summer in Bansko, because many people come to the festival and then stay in Bansko because it's a nice place to base yourself in summer.
An interesting fact about Bansko that I read, and I don't know if it's true, is that during the time of Bansko Nomad Fest, Bansko has the most digital nomads per capita on the planet, which would make sense considering how small it is. So it's in the name, but I just want to double check with you. So do you consider your event a festival?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. So what I want now to understand, gentlemen, is I want to understand a little bit the finances. And the reason I want to ask this question is because, especially this year, I saw so many different nomad events being created, which is very exciting from one side because we have more options. As nomads right now, it's the easiest time to travel. But when a person wants to start a new event, myself, I'm working now with Digital Nomad Cyprus and Harmonia Retreats to create a different type of event. So I want to understand, is this something that is actually profitable? So my question to you would be, is this the main source of income for you, or is this a passion project and in a way you are being financed from different endeavors? So Jan, would you like to begin?
It's definitely not making money the first time you run it. So at the end, for me at the moment, financially, it makes no sense at all. But if you like to network, it makes your networking game a lot easier if you run an event like this, because suddenly you're the interesting person in the room without doing anything about it, other than running this event. I think it can be profitable if you scale it to a large enough number, or if you run it niche enough so that you actually can charge a premium amount, because you include accommodation, for example, and you actually make the money from the accommodation you're selling there. But for something like that's a festival or like a conference that's a weekend or a week long, or even a month like here, I think it's very hard to make this financially successful. Usually my aim is not to lose money with it.
So do you have another type of business that this is being, this event, this mission of yours is leveraged in order to bring more attention to your other business?
Oh, yes. My other business is fully automated. It's selling books, ebooks, and online courses about a German language to people who want to learn German or people who teach German. And that's fully automated.
So nothing to do with Philippines or retreats. So it's purely a passion project for you.
Yes.
Excellent. Joe, would you like to answer that question?
Sure. Yeah, I would say the same as Jan. I mean, if you're going to start an event for the sole purpose of making money, don't bother. For me, it's a passion project. As I said, it's to bring more entrepreneurs into my networks, into Koh Phangan, showcase the island. It's definitely not my main source of income. It's a startup. As I said, I sold my previous company. The beach resort has been running for a long time, so that is a profitable business. And are we leveraging beach meets to bring more people to the resort? Not really. It's more about, as I said, showcasing the island and bringing a network of entrepreneurs and digital nomads there.
Excellent.
Sorry, I was just going to say also, another thing that Jan pointed out, you probably can make money from it at scale. I mean, as with anything in the travel industry, there isn't a huge margin. Like my previous company, it didn't make money for the first few years, but once we'd scaled it into 10, 15, 20 countries, then it becomes profitable. So if you're looking to really scale it, you can make money, but you've got to be willing to stick at it for a fairly long time.
And Holger?
Yeah, so I mean, Bansko, obviously we've taken over the event after it was founded by Matthias, who partly used it to bring customers to co-working Bansko. Our focus isn't really on our investment return. We'll have separate businesses that we run. Part of it is the belief in everybody in our group in this ecosystem, in digital nomads as a way of basically empowering people and creating opportunities that don't exist now. I think long term it can become profitable, but this isn't our focus. Our focus is much more on building relationships, building opportunities for people, both within our group and outside it, and really believing that nomadism and digital nomads are part of the future and something that can really have an impact on people's lives. I think Jan mentioned this issue of people having less powerful passports in places. This is one issue that I think the community can address, and over time, will bring attention to. For our festival, obviously, there are people who struggled to come into the Schengen area. Thankfully, we have Filipinos who have managed to make it to our event in previous years, but they've also struggled, So events like these give you a platform to actually make change and to affect people's lives, to empower people to run independent businesses, and I think the rewards that you get are much greater than the financial reward.
Yeah, for sure. I would agree with that. I think, even if you're not making money out of the event, after it happens, when you see the connection and the inspiration and the deals and everything else that goes down, and people getting the confidence to start new businesses and finding mentors and partners and all the rest of it, that's what makes it worth it.
It sounds like all of you are doing this as a gift to the people, as a way to propel something forward. Am I right? It's not your personal business. It's more about your personal passion and what you want to give back to all the digital nomads, to the local community, help, as you said, the Filipinos. And am I correct to assume that, right? Excellent. So would you say that you need to have some sort of financial mechanism in place before you go into the event space? Because maybe people here have a similar dream. What would you say they need to have already ready? Or is there something that we can start and it's okay as long as we break even and take a break? Or it's something that will leach money? So you need to have something. You need to have a mechanism, a safety mechanism in the back.
I would say the most important thing is that you have a network already, because to your first event, most likely just the people that actually know you, believe in you, trust you, will actually show up, because I think most people that come to my event, I know somehow in person from Nomad Cruise or from Bansko, from other events, and those are the ones that said like, oh yeah, it's in 6 months, by already committing to it, I go there, or the ones that booked the event just right now because pretty much they know me and they think like, okay, if he likes it, I will probably like it as well. I think that's the most important thing that you have in place, that you know the people that are kind of your target group, or the ones that you want to attract.
Yeah, I think it's very important to have the network, and visiting events like this is one way of building it. But in terms of the finances you need, I mean, you obviously need enough money in the bank to be able to run the event if you don't sell as many tickets as you're expecting to sell. So you can't be like, oh, we're going to sell 100 tickets at $100 each, and that's how much it's going to cost us to run the event. You need to have that much in the bank, because if you sell 40 tickets, you still got to run the event and give these people a good time. So you need as much financial backing as it's going to cost you to run the event. But again, it depends how you're doing it. So if you're doing multiple events a year, or even 1 or 2 events per year like Johannes does with the cruise, he's probably got a team that he's got to pay for 12 months that are working round the clock, and you've only got 2 events per year to earn the money. So, I mean, you depending on how you do it, whether you're doing it one-off or whether you're doing multiple and you continue going for years, you do need some sort of financing, whether that's savings or whether that's another business producing money to be able to subsidize it until it's profitable.
Holger?
Yeah, I think what you need depends on the scale of the event that you want to run. If you want to run something the size of Bansko Nomad Fest, then obviously there's a lot more risk involved, because if we sell 1,000 tickets and then don't have venues or don't have, a lot of things can go wrong, and there is a lot of risk involved in these scale events. But I think we have the means for people to run micro events in their local communities that are very valuable, that can be done with basically no finances required other than your own personal time. And I know in many places there are really valuable meetup groups run by people who, you know, week in, week out will run small activities for people. You know, Bangkok, where I spend a lot of time, there's local local event organisers who maybe just charge the cost of running the event, do it on a small scale where you might get 10 or 15 people turn up, pay for what they do, and it's a very low entry point into running events in general. I think if you're passionate about running events, there's very small ways of entering the space that involve no risk. I think the most important thing you need is your own time, your own energy, and your own passion to do it. And for those who are interested in doing it, then it's absolutely worthwhile, you know, doing something. If in doubt, start small.
So we talked about network, and we also talked about having the finances in case something goes wrong, right? So I would like to ask a question here. Let me just be able to see everyone. Which one here was thinking of creating their own event? Anyone here in the room? Either we really discouraged everyone with our discussion, or they thought that Marie Kondo was here and there's a mistake. So let's talk then maybe a little bit more about the challenges that you faced. Can you tell me something that was unexpected and you weren't prepared for it? So to prepare the people, the potential event creators.
I think if you run something for the first time, you kind of have to convince the local community or the local businesses where you hold your event that you're actually going to do it, especially if you're not just doing like something like a meetup there, you just do it. But if you do like a conference, a week-long event, people will not immediately trust you that much that they actually know, okay, he's going to run this in 6 months from now, because I pretty much started organizing it like a year ago. And when I told this to the local businesses in Shogao, they did not really take me serious. They said like, yeah, come back like in 6 months. So that was kind of a little bit unexpected, but afterwards, okay, yeah, I understand why they are doing it. And yeah, pretty much I want the local support from the local businesses, because I think it's crucial. If they hate what you're doing, it's not going to be successful.
Joe?
I think we were pretty lucky with our first 2 events, right? It went to plan, nothing went terribly wrong, and there wasn't a massive amount of unexpected things that occurred. I think the main thing that we expected to be able to do more for the first one was sell more tickets easier, you know? Like, I think everybody, when they first start a business, they think, oh, we've got this many people in our network, we'll easily be able to get 50 people to come to this event, and it's not always as easy as you think. One thing that really surprised me, which is, I mean, it's probably not what anybody's expecting, but when we ran some Facebook ads for one of the events, the trolls that popped up. Like, some people were sort of like, oh, you're going to do an event for people who don't work in offices. Maybe we should do one for people who do work in offices. And I was like, well, there are those. They're conferences. They have them all over the world. Why would you even be so aggressive with your comments? So that surprised me. But, I mean, it's not that it is what it is. That's just what happens when you go on Facebook, I guess, and run ads.
That's unexpected, truly. Holger, what's your Facebook experience?
I mean, absolutely, there's trolls everywhere, you know. If you put up any kind of platform, you need to have people moderating it and, you know, keeping out the trolls. I think the thing that surprised me about the event, probably more of a pleasant surprise than a bad one, is just how much energy there is in the community to contribute to these events. As an organizer, you feel it's your event, but most participants also feel it's their event. So there's this huge amount of energy that comes back at you that creates its own logistical problems because people are contributing. But it's amazing just to see the sort of you know, the energy coming from everyone who's involved in your events.
So maybe let's take a different direction and let's try to convince some of these people to host their own event, shall we? So maybe let's start talking about the impact that these events actually have. So we're not doing it for finances. That's the first thing. It's not a business that it's going to bring millions in 1 year. So why? Tell us what is that you are getting from running this event in Siargao.
Me in person, other than the much easier networking, not so much. But for example, yesterday, I'm not sure if you all seen Joselle, the Filipino politician that was here on stage. She already approached me that we might want to merge the official government event with the event I'm running together with a local friend. So that's already, the government is seeing us, and they probably see we're making a better job than they do, and especially in attracting the foreigners. That's what they mostly struggling with. And I can already see also the impact in Chagall, that the local business owners that support us, they're getting excited about it. They're going to see, okay, there will be an impact here. And even the local government officials see like, oh, they want to make a change here, and they are also very supportive. So I can see also that locals as well as other foreigners that have a business there or somehow invested in Chagall see it as a very positive thing, that we are trying to attract more people to come to the island.
Excellent. So attracting people and finding the right collaborations to bring even more people and have the impact that you're looking for. Excellent. Joe?
I've touched on both of these already, but as I said, one of the things that I feel makes it worth it, and one of the great things, is just seeing the inspiration and the connection and the business partnerships. I had a meeting with one lady who came to our last event afterwards, and she couldn't believe there was no upsell at the event. She was like, well, the tickets weren't even that expensive. I was really expecting you guys to try and sell me something else while we were there. But actually, I went there was no upsell, we had a great time, and she did like 4 deals with people she met at the event. Some of the youngsters that came to the event who are not as far along in their career as other people who were there, they ended up finding jobs with some of these people. And so it really does, like Michelle spoke about it earlier, like the people you meet, the conversations you have at these types of things, they really can impact the course of your life and change things for the better. So that's one reason why people should do these things. The other thing for me was changing the perspective of Koh Phangan, because it's known as a party island, it's known as a yoga island. Most serious business people would not think to go and live there, because they think, okay, I'll go there for a yoga retreat or go there to party, but that's not what it's known for. Last time I was at Bansko, everyone's like, oh, you're the guy from Koh Phangan, is that not just party island? I'm like, no, it was, but it's changing, and I'm trying to showcase that and bring more people in that I can network with, so I don't have to go to events like these for the inspiration. But yeah, the main thing is just the power of the connections that people make and the inspiration that comes from it.
Before we go to Holger, can you please, Joe, tell me a little bit more about what is the impact on the locals in the island that these events have?
The impact on the locals, I mean, obviously, as Jan said, we're bringing a lot of people to local businesses and we're helping to support the local businesses. So that's one thing, but the Thai government and a lot of the Thai people in Koh Phangan and other tourist places have often talked about bringing quality tourists, because they're sick of backpackers coming through and being disrespectful, or like people that are partying or whatever all the time. And they've been talking about quality tourists. I think what they meant by that for a long time was like older people with a lot of money. They don't realize, whereas actually you've got people in their 30s and 40s, 20s even, who are earning money online. And if they're staying in a place for a month and spending money they're earning in Australia, in Thailand or whatever, then that can have a positive impact. So I think for me, it's showing that there's not just one type of quality tourist. And again, the Thai people on the island are sort of like, oh, wow, there are youngsters that are out there doing stuff and making a positive impact on the world, rather than just spending all their money on alcohol.
So Holger, would you like to get this question?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a huge benefit in terms of building up personal networks and becoming established in this community by running events. You know, whether that's directly benefiting you now, I think that's questionable. But over the longer term, I think you need connections to be successful in business. And I think events in the nomad space are only part of an ecosystem. So in Bansko, there's a lot of businesses around the nomad ecosystem that are not the festival. You have co-living operators, you have co-working operators, you have even local restaurants and supermarkets. And the fact that we have a festival that brings life to the summer season has an effect that's far beyond the festival. Every time I go back to Bansko in summer, I notice there's new businesses that have opened up and new businesses stay open. Between the first time I went there, and now there's a new supermarket, that's open year round, whereas a lot of the old supermarkets were only there in the ski season. You have Nestwork, which is a new co-working operator that didn't exist there when the event started. Now they have this huge building they've restored. That's a world-class facility. There's businesses that can operate out of Bansko because there is this diversity of people there. There's a diversity of ideas, and you are part of an ecosystem as when you're running an event, especially if it's a large enough scale. I think sometimes you start these ventures not really knowing what the end product is going to be or what the end benefit is going to be. For us, and I think for our group, we're confident that everything is worthwhile, and that you don't have to worry about the sort of year-to-year finances in terms of the personal benefit. That over time, if you do something that people are empowered by, then the rewards will eventually come back to you.
Can I just add one thing to that? And I've got an example of a young lad who has worked for me for a long time. He's not actually from Thailand, he's from Myanmar. But one of the really powerful things about the digital nomad movement, right, is it levels out the playing field in terms of earnings. Right? Someone who was born in Myanmar and comes to Thailand would have a ceiling on their earning, right? They might be able to work in a bar or a restaurant or something, and their earnings would typically be capped. But this young lad who did work in my resorts and stuff before, through DNA, he's now become a digital nomad himself. So if he's good at what he does, which is creating videos, doing design, stuff like that, servicing other businesses, there's no reason why he can't earn as much money as I can coming from the UK or someone coming from the States if he is as good at his job as they are. So that, I think, is a really great thing about the whole movement. And if these events can inspire young people like this from sort of countries where they wouldn't necessarily be as advantaged just because of where they were born, then that's a really, really positive thing.
So would you say that this person is earning as a video creator almost as much as a person in the UK?
I would say he's getting there, and he's certainly earning a hell of a lot more than he would have been if he'd carried on working in sort of bars and restaurants in the service industry.
So I want to go back a little bit to what you said, Holger. Jan already mentioned that the government, literally yesterday here in this event, approached him for a collaboration. So I was wondering, how is it working with the government in Bansko? Do you have support? Are there the difficulties?
I mean, we have support locally in terms of our venues, and I mean, probably the best thing they can do for us is to give us the freedom to run the event that we want to run, and so far that's been fantastic. I think partly our philosophy is that we are running a company. We're not trying to basically run an event for the government, so we have freedom to do the event that we want to do. Basically financially we're supported by our ticket sales and our sponsors. We're not really particularly looking for local government finances.
Did they offer you any?
Not yet. But so I mean, our position as a company is we pay taxes to the Bulgarian government. So I guess our net position as a festival is that we contribute to the public finances in terms of the taxes we pay. And in Bulgaria, the VAT tax rate that we have is 20%, so it's quite high. But that's where we are. We're financed by our participants.
Definitely. I wasn't mentioning specifically about finances. I was trying to see if they will support you or if they will try to block you for their own reasons. We're not here to discuss the reasons, of the politicians in Bansko, but do you think it's easy working with that government?
I mean, so far we've been able to do what we want to do, so we haven't been blocked in any way, and my understanding is that they're supportive of the festival and will keep being supportive. I think it's very empowering to be free to do a festival that you want, and in many places we probably couldn't run this festival.
So my takeaway so far from this discussion is that, as we said, financially might not be the best move. There is impact, there is personal impact. The connections are very, very valuable in these events. You are the most shining person in the room, of course. So you will get this connection, and you will see people getting this connection in this event. Different levels of cooperation with the local government, so it might be an issue, or you might have all the support in the world. And of course, as Joe mentioned, seeing the locals being able to earn money, find jobs, and have money coming in from different countries. So soon we will go in a Q&A, so you will have the opportunity to ask questions on our panelists. But before we get there, is there anything else that you would like to add? This is an open question, all of you can just jump in. Or maybe give an advice that you would give to less experienced on event self, and on a younger self with less experience in events.
I would give my younger self a few pieces of advice. Stick at it. I mean, if it's something you really want to do, don't give up. You know, like the times when you feel like you should give up the most are probably the times when you should the least. And there's been plenty of times in all my businesses, including DNA, where I've felt like it was a struggle and have I done the right thing, but I've stuck at it, and if I hadn't, then I wouldn't be here today. Other thing, don't try and do too many things at once. I've been very guilty of that many times in my life. So if you're focusing on doing an event or doing something, do it well and stick to that.
Anybody else would like to add something?
The fun fact that I gave you about swimming, you know, like it was kind of something that I was thinking about the event space. And for me, doing one of these events is very much like being thrown in the deep end of a pool, you know, like you do have the ability to float. You don't have to, you know, struggle and fight too much. Part of it is being relaxed and being confident that you can come back to the surface. But you've also got to know that there's people who will pull you out if you get into difficulty. You know, in the nomad community, you have a lot of people who will help you, and part of that is asking for the help if you need it. But if you want to, you know, be a nomad, if you want to run events, you know, this attitude of jumping in and not being afraid is very important. If you don't have the confidence to jump in and trust in your own abilities, then you won't do anything in this space.
Yeah, I think you could apply that to all areas of entrepreneurship, right? Like if you wait until things are perfect, you wait until your business or your MVP or whatever's perfect, you're never going to do it. You just need to take the leap and try.
You maybe also want to add, before you start, make very clear in your head what kind of event you want to do, and if you're starting, rather start small. So don't try to beat Bansko in the first year. That's probably not gonna happen, because you have to establish yourself first. So you pretty much have to organize this also like a lot in advance. Many people think like, oh, I can do something in 2 months from now. Probably you can, obviously, but it's not gonna be a great event, because you will run into all those troubles, and then you don't have also time to sell the tickets, to make people aware there is something happening, let's say in Chagall after Nomad Cruise, because I already announced it on last year's Nomad Cruise, so that people already put it into their mind, oh, maybe I want to go to Chagall after the cruise. And that's pretty much, you have to slowly put this over and over again in your target group's mind, and then you're going to be successful. But my advice is, make clear what size you want, what you actually want to achieve with the event, and start early. Don't think you can do something in 2 months. The 2 months leading up to it will be the most work, but you should start selling it like a way before that.
Very good advice from people who have done it, who have seen the trouble, and who have lived to tell the tale. So thank you very much. Now let's open it for questions. It's a great opportunity for all of you to ask, again, people who have walked the walk. So we have one question over there. We have around 6 minutes for the question, so try to keep your questions short so we can ask, we can answer detail.
You said you're not doing this for your own profit, most of all, but for the higher purpose of giving back to our community and also to the local community. So it's not a question, it's just a big thank you, because these events are actually changing our lives. I was talking to some of you going to these places where you're hosting these events, like Compagnia and Chagall, Cyprus, many years ago. I didn't find the infrastructure that there is now. I was like a lonely nomad, and now I go back and I see co-working, co-living conferences where I can do amazing networking. So I'm going to keep going there, and thank you for the hard work that you're putting in this. We're looking forward to joining these new events. Thank you so much.
That's a very nice message. Thank you. There you go, guys. We're doing something. There is a question over there, just no, over there, directly next to Sergio. Yes, there we go. And then we go to Anand in the front. Yes.
Hi, thank you for your time. I have a question, and maybe also including to Stefano, because you are all organizer for the event, and I trust you have been to several different other Nomad events before. Can you quickly name one that you've been to that you really liked, and from the organizer point of view, what they done well, what's their, the whole system, how to do it? How would you perhaps incorporate it in your own ecosystem?
If I can pick only one, it's Nomad Cruise, because you're pretty much stuck on a boat with everyone, so that makes nobody can, you can hide in your cabin, but that's literally the only place where you can hide. And it's also like just having dinner together makes it so much easier if everything is prepaid. So because sometimes, I also love Bansko Nomad Fest, but sometimes first we have a problem in the restaurants with big groups, and then some people can't really afford to go to the restaurant every single day, and that kind of pre-selects a little bit the group more than it would on a cruise ship where everything is already prepaid. And I think that's the biggest advantage of Nomad Cruise, that everything is paid, so everybody is equal, and you have the chance to talk to absolutely everyone.
Yeah, I'd second that. The thing with Nomad Cruises, it's completely unique as well, right? There's nothing else, anything like it. Until I heard about Nomad Cruise, there's no way I would have gone on a cruise ship. But I'm not going to pick the same one as you, because we can't all pick Nomad Cruise. So if we're going to pick one, I would probably say Michelle's event, the first one that I went to back in Madeira a few years back. And like she says, she makes it very different, she makes it very inclusive, and she really does empower people. You can tell by the way she is on the stage and stuff, she's very good at what she does, so I would give the shout out to her.
For me, I haven't been to Nomad Cruise.
You're the only one of us.
So probably the event that sticks out to me is one organised by an organisation called Travel Massive, where they organised like an island event for content creators and creatives in Greece, probably about 10 years ago, where, basically it was something that existed that for me at that time, even though I'd been a nomad for quite a long time, connected me with other people in my space in a way that hadn't happened before. That was an event for about 30 people, so I think sometimes the smaller events can have just as much impact as a very large event.
Shame that we don't have Johannes and Michelle here. Are they here? They're getting the shout out. So for me, really quickly, my one event would probably be last month that I went to Busan with Hopin. So if Jong or Duncan are here, there is Duncan. So it was, I stayed just for 1 week. The event is for a full month. But I think it was a magnificent blend of really being able to work, having people next to us all the time to take care of the cultural differences. Korea, Japan, these are difficult countries if you're coming from Europe and you're maybe used to Southeast Asia. So they were there at every step of the way. And at the same time, it wasn't a place that I felt like the community was serving me, which is something that sometimes I feel in Bali or in the Philippines. And I don't like that feeling. That's my personal opinion. So I really felt that we were left out in the open with the locals. Many of them were very upset to see us. They would shout at us. But it's okay, because there will be a community manager explaining us the situation. So I felt safe, and I felt that I had a really immersive experience in the local culture. So be my answer. So Anand, and I don't know if there is anybody who wants to ask a question on this. No.
Okay, so for me, every time I come to one of these conferences, I'm thoroughly impressed by the amount of talent and skills that the people in the room have. And I'm not talking just about the people on stage, but everyone in the audience as well. So you've all talked about improving the local communities. Is there any thoughts on how you not only bring Nomad money to the community to improve it, but also the the knowledge and the skills that all the people attending the conference, how do you leverage that to potentially improve some of the local communities that you're hosting these events in?
It's a good question, but I mean, it really depends where you are as well. I think the answer to that would depend where you are. So, like Gonzalo mentioned earlier, that the long-term knock-on effects of bringing loads of digital nomads to Madeira is now that there's more tech startups, 80% more tech startups year on year. So that's obviously bringing foreign direct investment. It's more jobs. It's more tech jobs for people as well. There's probably going to need, if you've got positions like that opening up, then you need to have some training there for people as well. So there's that side of it. There is, I mean, the thing that I mentioned earlier as well about the people at these events, if they're interacting with the locals, then they're learning from them as well. You know, they're finding mentors, they're finding potentially employment that's going to get them new skills and new opportunities. So there's definitely that.
I will just give you, because we're running out of time, so if you can quickly wrap up and answer this question, I would like to give an opportunity. Yeah.
What I want to add is also, I mean, that's nothing I or somebody else in Shurgao achieved personally, but like Shurgao got leveled by a typhoon just 3 years ago, and they expected it to take at least 5 years to be like it was before, and like 6 to 12 months to just reopen for tourists. It actually took them 2 months to reopen, which was like 1 month quicker than Cebu City, which got a lot more funding, but due to that there's so many foreigners loving Shurgao Island, there was so much foreign money actually pouring into Shurgao that they managed to be the fastest recovered place that was completely leveled by a typhoon on Earth. So I think, and that's pretty much the impact that nomads can have to local communities, because the neighboring islands, they suffered a lot longer, and Shurgao was back to normal after just 6 months instead of 5 years, what they were actually expecting. And now even the neighboring islands profit from this, because they also get more tourists, because Shurgao gets more tourists.
So Holger, unfortunately we don't have time. So Anand, you can talk to Holger after this. So thank you very much for your insights. I hope you are inspired to start your own adventure. And thank you all for being here. Thank you all for supporting the digital nomads, and thank you for your hard work. One round of applause for our panelists. One more time. Thank you.
Thank you. Cheers, everyone.
Okay, thank you for the wonderful panel discussion. So we are going to have like a 2-minute short break, and our next and final panel discussion will be starting in 2 minutes, 4:55. So you could just sit there and relax, or go outside and bring your friends back inside for the last panel discussion. See you guys in 2 minutes. Okay, are you guys ready for the final panel discussion? As you can see, Jasmine is back. Woo!
I was at the art venue taking a peek over there. Have any of you guys gone to the art venue today? To the Artist Cafe? Okay, well, y'all about to, because tomorrow's venue is the Artist Cafe. But we also have a barbecue at the end today, so you'll figure out where it is later. Anyway, before we get to all of that, we have another final panel discussion of today, right?
Yes.
What's the title?
So the title is 3 Tips to Share with Future Co-Living Owners.
Okay, we have a bunch of co-living owners and community leaders that will come and share key points and tips and tricks of to help anyone who's looking to start their own co-living or start to try and start their own communities. The key focus, I am told, are going to be design, management, and community building. Okay, here we go.
Okay, so now let me introduce the speakers. Please help me welcome to the stage John, Yeji, Maria, and Gonzalo. Woo! Everybody!
Good afternoon, everybody. Are you energized? After this entrance, you better be. So guys, we spent the last 6 months preparing this panel. It was very hard. We have at least 7 meetings, I think so. And so, after all this preparation, I think it's very important to touch the hot team. So if you know me, you know I like to throw softballs, so they answer, yeah, peace in the world, because they're all beautiful contests. And so, we are going straight forwards. Guys, I'll start with you. We had this morning Andrew saying co-living is very expensive. When will co-living be cheaper? You touched a little bit. We had some time to touch into the economics backstage. And I would like to touch in this theme firsthand. So go straight to the things. What is actually co-living expensive? Why is co-living expensive it is? What's the value we're bringing to the world? What's happening there?
I like we're skipping introduction and just going straight into the topic.
They introduced us.
I know.
It's like your 4th time on stage. What do you mean? Anyone doesn't know John? Thank you.
For some attendees, I'm just saying.
But they introduced us.
Okay. No, I'm just joking.
Okay.
Sergio, you have a question?
I got nervous now. No, but really, like, I thought about this before. I now own a co-living banana house in Madeira, and I used to think, wow, co-living is very expensive. Then I manage one. I don't make much money. I think, wow, co-living is very cheap if you're an owner. So, can you tell us a little bit about the economics of co-living?
It's funny because when we had that discussion, John is like, oh, do you have an hour so we can talk about it? And I feel like in 5 minutes it's impossible. But yeah, I touched that point earlier. But one hidden expense is the fact that you're going to refuse people if they don't fit your community. So in my case, in John's case, I think because you're in Chiang Mai, so it's already kind of a co-living mecca. But in my situation where I'm in Canada, in Montreal, it's not a common space. So yeah, definitely at the beginning we were refusing people, and I would rather have an empty room than having someone who doesn't have anything to do with the community, because it would hurt the community, and that's one. But there's a ton more. If you have, in our case, about almost 20 bathrooms, there's going to be leaks. A lot of leaks. Plumber is very expensive, electricity issues, and then things get broken very easily, so you have to replace everything fast. And then just the onboarding costs a lot of money in our case, because there's going to be the application form that we have to review, and we get a lot of them. And then we have to do an interview. After the interview doesn't mean that the person is coming in might not come or might not come in 2 years, but that's also a lot of time. And then onboarding the person, making sure, of course, the rooms are clean. And we also lose, so even though we're almost full, there's going to be sometimes when there's 2 weeks gap between rooms. And in our case, we're 1 month, month to month. Some co-living are week to week, but that means that we lose time in between stays. Anyway, I can keep on going on.
That's a good
examples.
first one. That's a perfect, because you're not paying for only the room, you're paying for a curated community.
Yeah.
And this is very important. That's why we choose co-living instead of an apartment, is because of the curated community. But there is more. Tell me more, Yaji. What else?
I think Maria already said so well. Really resonate with it. Also, like in the beginning, actually, our co-living started really affordable membership fee plan, because I also thought, oh, co-living is expensive, and I wanted to be make it accessible as possible, so that I mean, when I started, I was also kind of like, I didn't have a lot of money, so I wanted to make sure that people like me can easily join. But then after I started, after running, actually, oh my God, it's so expensive. So beginning, I was very people pleaser, so I couldn't say no. I couldn't easily say no. So our kind of hurdle wasn't high enough. So we had some people, and then like when they had a conflict, and then that didn't get solved nicely, because these people were some people, just few people, like were not willing to talk it through, which kind of made not safe for people to be there, and then to share their honest opinions. So I started. Then I realized through really huge conflict in that happened right before the first year anniversary, which made the beautifully decorated, cozy space really actually empty and meaningless space. And I realized, wow, community, like without this warmth of the relationship, however cozy the space is decorated, is meaningless. I wouldn't allow, I would say no. I would start say no firmly to some of the people, and then which means, opportunity cost. And then I vowed to myself, even if I pour my salary from main job, the real job, into paying for the rent, I wouldn't just fit it up to save the cost. And then like those kind of things, yeah.
Okay, hot tip: if you want to be a millionaire, don't open a co-working space.
Oh, absolutely not.
Actually, John, can you answer the same question, but can you touch a little bit on the operation side of things, because it's much heavier on the operational side than just apartment, for example.
Yeah, and I think my background is slightly different from Maria's and Yeji's, because I come from a hospitality background. I worked in hotels for 9 years in Hong Kong, and when I first was considering to do this, I kind of have to make a judgment call on like economy of scale. What is the minimal rooms that I can operate that will ensure that if I hit a certain capacity, that I can still be financially sustainable, right? That is a question that I realized later on that not so many co-living operators ask before they open this. And it's not a right or wrong thing, it's just because the intention was different. I think I come from a little bit more business-minded. Not to say that we don't have also a very nice community and all that, but if the numbers don't work, then how can it be sustainable? So I was very conscious about this and said, okay, based on the cost of living or the price points that people can afford in Chiang Mai, I decided that, okay, it has to be at least 30 bedrooms, right, at a certain price point, which is still cheaper than things in Europe. That's our competitive advantage. But we do get a lot of comments from Chiang Mai, the local audience, saying, why is alt so expensive compared to other lodging facilities in Chiang Mai, right? And then that goes back to the sediment of why do people think co-living spaces are so expensive, when in fact, two main reasons. One, the expectation to compare us with a budget hotel or a hostel is unrealistic, right? We are not 100-bedroom, 100 keys operation where you can optimize things. So then we cannot have a very low price point because we don't have enough scale. An average co-living space, if I remember correctly, is about 15 rooms in Europe. That's the data point that I got. Like, how is that going to meet economy of scale if you want to optimize things? The second thing is people who want to go into a co-living space also don't factor in the value of community, which should have a price point to put on it. Because if you're expecting to have a community experience in a co-living space, then you should price it in. But most people think it's free, which again, it's unrealistic in my opinion, in my humble opinion. And so I think there's a discrepancy of expectation and reality, hence this conversation here.
Even understanding what is a co-living, right? It's not really, it is accommodation, but it comes with much more than accommodation. I think very few people select co-living just because of the accommodation, unless it's something really like out of this world. I don't know many that are like, wow, I want to stay there just because of the room. I know this whole crew that joins co-living because they want to have the community right there, right? So that's the value. Other than community, what you think, just keywords. I want to go like super strict. So we talk about price versus value. We have the price, which can be high or low, but actually it really depends on the value, not on the price. What is, for you or in your spaces, the added value? We talked about community. Let's not repeat community. We love community. I'm a community person. Besides community, what other values are you adding to the price? So it's actually, price is way bigger, way smaller than the real value that people are getting to.
So before being a co-living operator, I was a digital nomad. So I've been traveling in co-living spaces. But before I was traveling in co-living spaces, or before co-living wasn't even a thing, so when I decide to go somewhere, I have to find a hotel, and then I have to find a place to work from, and then I have to find how to transport myself from one to the other. Just the hotel part of it, I have to compare it with other hotel. Is there a hostel with a room? Because that might be cooler. Oh, but there's one, but then there's no co-working next to it. Is there a working space? So that is so time-consuming. It's crazy time-consuming, and I hated it. And for me, it was a big discovery, the co-living, because, like, okay, once I had to figure all that out, is that I'm alone, I'm traveling alone, and I'm looking for people, and it's very awkward too. I hate networking events because I'm just standing there, I don't know anyone, I'm like, I guess I have to say 15 times who I am and where I come from. So all this is basically been erased from starting going to co-living spaces and discovering it. So for me, it's also a convenience, and I think in my case, I really wanted to offer. Montreal didn't have anything, Canada didn't have anything back in the days, and I was like, it's so inconvenient for people to come because they have to go through all this, and in French on the top of it, because Quebec is French speaking. So I was like, I'll just have a landing pad for all these people so they can land, get friends, have a place to work from. Everything is fixed, and we're also downtown, so you can walk anywhere. You want to go to a festival, you can walk there. So yeah, it's really the convenience aspect, not just the community.
Yeji, anything else? This was a really good answer.
Similar. I mean, but then like when you say like put aside community, but like what we think of community could be very different, I think. And then what does community mean, and what kind of relationship is this community actually kind of like wanting to create in this community? And then we talk about growth and personal growth, and then what does that mean? And then how much do we see perceive it as our kind of responsibility? And then, so yeah, all those kind of convenience and stuff, but I don't want to see, I don't know, like I don't want to, I'm coming from very not business kind of way of thinking. But I don't want to say it as kind of like selling point, but like kind of byproduct out of the good community. And I really want to been trying to really focus on the community. And then for our community, I wanted to make really meaningful, lifelong lasting friendship, almost like a family. and then who will help you expand your worldview, and also in Banska I talked about this cultural difference and then conflict resolution and how that can help us to learn about ourselves, and yeah, so we invest a lot into designing our culture and the relationship and conflict resolution and all those kind of communication, all that. Yeah.
John.
Convenience, like Maria said, definitely one. Flexibility is another. Like we almost offer the services like a hotel. You can come in any day you want, and then you can check out as long as it's more than 6 days onwards, right? So the service, the transactions, you need to pay a deposit. You need to sign a contract with a condo, with an apartment. You want to deal with all the kind of cumbersome stuff in Chiang Mai. We're like a hotel, right? So that's value. And then the resources we put into creating events, right? These are intangible services that people don't understand. We need to train people. We need to buy stuff. We need to offer the service. We need to curate the experiences. These are not services or experiences that you can get from a hotel. And then, you know, these are all the things that I think we try to tell people why we're worth what we're worth. And obviously, this is a good place to tell people again.
I love it.
For asking that question.
Yes, I like that. Yeah, go. So this is called, our plan is called 3 Tips to Share with the Future Owner of a Co-Living. And I gathered hours already. We have already plenty. So just to go back, time, make it easy and transparent to sign in. Don't make it too time consuming. It needs to be easy. It needs to be a solution where I don't have to think, oh, I have to book this plus this, where is this? No, I go to the co-living and the job is done. Curated community, curate the community and manage the community very actively. Build belonging, which is it's similar, but it's very different. You can have a beautiful community if they're not open, if the experience is not good, the belonging is not there. Flexibility, and yes, events. I think it's so key. We do the same in ours, and it's very, very, very important. Cool, first part is done. Well done, guys. We went through the money phase very well. I'm very proud of us. The second thing I want to touch is the local integration, which I think is also a key factor in everything we do. I think you all do it in very different ways. So now I want to go back here. So John, I know you were even, I would love you to touch at even the way you opened was very special. I know you spoke about it in Bansko with the crowdfunding and everything. The community is basically at the core, literally, at what you do. So can you tell us a little bit more about all these, the local integration, why is it important, and how you built in that in the co-living space?
I think when I was having another panel with Joan from South Korea, she also mentioned this as something that I should also pay more attention to. I think local integration is not so much like just hanging out with locals, right? It's really understanding what is at stake. How do we be more considerate? How do we understand each other, where we're from, what are the different value systems and all that? And again, that takes time, right? The reason why we have a limit of minimum 6 nights, some places have at least 2 weeks to a month stay limitation, is because if you don't give enough time, you don't have enough touch points to just talk with a local person or to understand local context. So for me, that's super important. Right now, obviously, as a resident, you come into a co-living space that might or might not be your consideration. Some people care more about it. Some people care less about it, right? But I, representing Chiang Mai, the city, always want to act as not like a gatekeeper, right? But a facilitator to tell people, hey, you're guests, we're a host. Right? There's rules of engagement. There's way to understand how to behave. These are the steps to establish trust and or to respect, which is something we hold dearly to. The same with the Japanese culture, right? Sometimes on the Western side of the world, they like to be very direct. They see something that's not right in their opinion, they say it out loud in public. That's not okay. in my opinion, in Chiang Mai. I don't know about Japan. I cannot speak on behalf of Japan. But then that comes with local integration. What does that mean? Meaning, since we're hosting these residents, these guests, we have the responsibility to tell them and to use different ways to make them understand that this is also part of their experience. It's a learning, right? And so if they understand, we've done our job well. And if they don't, we need to try harder. And so these are the things that we keep trying and becoming better as a host in the place that we act as an operator.
I love it. This is so important. Even know how to behave in a country. Like, in so many countries we go and people don't really care. Like, I'm in my bubble, I do what I want, this is how I do in my country, and the rest just goes. Yes, you are actually a door to the whole South Korea, which is very interesting. The culture, many people come from the West, from Europe, from the West, and they discover South Korea through you and through the co-living space. So how do you do that introduction to South Korea and this integration in the culture, like John said?
Yep. So this having locals and nomads together was really important from the beginning of this project. And so we first we try to make sure that we have local Korean in our community to some degree, like to some, like at least some like number. And then now, thankfully, we have 3 houses, and then each house has Korean members, like 1 or 2 and 3. And then when we were accepting new members, then it could have been easy. We were receiving a couple, Korean and German couple this August, and it would have been much easier to receive them in the chapter 2, second house, like logistically just thinking. But I decided to host them in chapter, like first house, by replacing the bed, single bed to actually queen bed, so that we have Korean members in this house. Because like living together really reveals really deeper, in-depth aspect of culture, and then like beyond our knowledge. Just knowing that, just really seeing up close how they actually like live, and then how much they sleep, why they are not sleeping, or for example, and then all this. So we really invest into it, and then also beyond our co-living community, we give introduction to like cultural understanding, basic cultural understanding. What is the manner, like what you should do, should not do, why it is important. Try to make sure always like give explanation why, like what's the idea, what is like why has this idea became a kind of norm in this country, like through historically, if possible, through like before in advance like onboarding, and then also after they came in, and then also we do like current co-livers give new members to like neighborhood tour, and then and through those, and then when I'm doing, and then often we already have this like connection with the business owners in the local neighborhood, and then some of them actually visit us, and then celebrate our anniversary or parties together, and then so just naturally kind of happening, and then because we share the places that we love in our neighborhood, so we easily kind of thankfully we've been building good relationship with the local, and yeah, it's been really important because Korea is now fascinating, but also can be very confusing country. There's a lot of context, you know, why they are doing this way, so strange, so weird. And then when I was like hosting like through couch surfing before, or just my international friends before this co-living, I personally found it a little bit sad, because I personally believe traveling has huge possibility of extending our empathy towards what we couldn't do now. So sorry, I'm talking too much, but yeah, so, and by having this, one of the impact that we see is that local members, like Korean members, by living with other international members, they could validate themselves, or they could be themselves in Korean society where there's a lot of should do, should not be do, like a more fixed idea of like successful life, good idea, and then this beautiful weirdos gain confidence to be themselves, to have their voice out there, keep their voice, whilst and by having this kind of giving the meaning of giving this influence, also nomads also find the meaning of their travel, being there as a stranger, and then also they learn more deeply about the local culture. Yeah.
We saw a little bit yesterday on the Gangnam Style karaoke session, a little glimpse on the beautiful weirdness of South Korea. It was beautiful. Who enjoyed it? Yeah, it was beautiful. I was like, wow, is he really here now? Well, now, on the end, in 20 minutes and 2 seconds, we may have a second section of karaoke. Maria, what about Canada, Montreal? Because you are in North America, it's a very specific case. I love we have so much diversity in here. How do you actually integrate with the local community and the local culture?
So we are about half-half. So half people who are from Canada or who are permanent residents. So there's that status. So it's about that, and basically not only we're half-half, so within the half Canadians, there's going to be people from all over Canada, and that's really fun because what happens is like, oh, let's all go to Alberta with the guy who comes from Alberta, you know, or let's go to Vancouver. So there's trips organized within the co-living, and people go meet the families actually, and that's really, like when I was talking about family earlier, when it becomes your chosen family, you get to see your like new parents almost.
You know what family, I appreciate it.
You have to come live at the co-living. And yeah, so we have digital nomads from Canada, whether they're from Montreal or somewhere else. Example, Toronto, which is quite close to Montreal, well, to our standards. There's a lot of remote workers that are going to come. A cool fun fact, one guy one day was on a meeting and he never told his boss he was working from Montreal, and he had to share his screen and there was a weather in Montreal. So these are the kind of things that happen. We tell each other, don't share your screen or you have to put a VPN. But yeah, so we have people from Canada, but also digital nomads who are based out of Canada, but they are homeless and they use the co-living as a base. So we have a lot of people coming back every year. Because when they come back to Canada, that's their home. And we have a lot of Americans, actually, who are doing their 6 months. Because in Canada, you can stay 6 months as a tourist. So it's quite convenient for some American who can't be. So some real nomads actually don't have the rights to be in the States more than, I believe it's 2 or 3 weeks. So they'll come to Canada and they're on the right time zone too. Yeah, so it's quite interesting. And on the top of that, we keep alive the community that used to be in the co-living. So what happens is sometimes people come for a month, then 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, and move in Canada. They just decide they want to stay in Canada, but they stay in the community. So we have a lot of ex-co-liver that are as active as co-liver. So every week they're going to be there for activity, organize activities, do supper club, what we call it supper club, so the community dinner in the weekend. So it's, yeah, the community is actually way bigger than the co-living itself.
I like this because I also use co-living as my home. So when I go to Porto, actually, yeah, Porto I stayed in outside, in Moku, and in Lisbon I used to stay in Salina, but now I lost all my friends because they were all fired. Let's not talk about Salina. Salina is not a co-living, it's a great hostel that now was bought by not so great people. Talking about that, 3 advices. Culture integration, make sure you actually integrate not just people with the locals, but integrate them in the culture. Be the entry door for the culture, whatever you are opening your co-living space. Try to have locals hosting and or leading the community. That was the advice, Eliagi. Very important, so the people that come have automatically know a local that knows all the local secrets. So sometimes It's actually way more important to have a community leader or a host that is a local that actually helps you integrate and even spend money in the right places. And then try to attract locals as well. Educate the local market about co-living. Educate your country about what is co-living. Become an ambassador for co-living in your country, so people from different cities can actually become nomads inside their own country. It happens a lot in Brazil as well. Brazil is so big that the most digital nomads that I meet in Pipa, Rio, are actually from Brazil. So it's very important also to educate the local market. So guys, think about your questions. I'll go there in just a minute, because talking about advices, I want your hot take advice to future co-living founders. Imagine all these people will open co-living soon. None of them in your cities, don't worry, although that's actually cool sometimes. They are opening in different places around the world, definitely. I see like Koh Samui, Koh Palanta, Koh Tao, there's lots of co's, and it's like all these people are opening co-living spaces. What's a hot take advice? Like that's not normal, that people don't know about, that you have to give to future co-living founders?
Something that helped me a lot. So there's a lot of co-living operator actually calling me and asking me, hey, can I have an interview with you, blah, blah, blah. And I get a lot, and I'm sure any operator that's been doing it
Charge for interviews.
Yeah, I get a lot of that. No, but I feel like talking to someone for 30 minutes won't help that much. It will help a little bit, but you have to live in co-living spaces. I think you can't open a co-living space if you don't have the experience of living in one, because at least one, I did a bunch, and when you live at the co-living space, you have to, like, you see how it happens, but you also can actually talk to people who live in spaces. So when I was living in space, hey, what do you like, what you don't like? Is there something in your room that you don't like? What do you think about the community? What do you think about your experience? So I didn't talk that much to the owners that were usually quite busy, but actually to the people living there, and they're very happy to share.
Oh, we love to share opinions. That's our main sport. Do you have anything else? Hot takes to help all these people opening co-living spaces worldwide. Just say that you're...
Don't do it. Never. Don't dare do it. No, I'm joking.
More or less.
I cannot give advice that is going to be helpful for everybody here, because everybody coming from different background and have different kind of direction that they're heading to, and also different personalities, personal struggles as well. I have been really like a serious people pleaser, and a conflict avoidant person. Maybe I think maybe not a few people who's interested in opening co-living could be similar to me, sensitive, and then so you can actually read signals like unspoken signals from other people, so for people like me, maybe, my advice will be trust in yourself, and don't confine whatever other people say about co-living to what you want to do. Co-living is becoming, I'm kind of jumping a little bit, but co-living, community, co-working, everything is becoming a little bit kind of big buzzword. And then sometimes maybe we might think that we're talking on the same page, but we might not be actually. And it's okay. And before you decide that you want to do co-living, maybe you should put aside that word and then ask yourself what you want to do and what kind of community you want to do. Why should it be the living together like a setting for your community? And I considered about shutting down every year, but I've been, now it's like past 5 years, and I was hurt. I felt sad many, many times, but there is great joy in it. I think that's what matters most. So it will, sometimes you might feel like you're giving more than receiving, but actually I believe in the end you are gonna be actually receiving a lot.
Love it. John, hot takes, besides don't do it.
I'll be very quick and snappy about this. Number one, whatever you think you need to spend on this project that you dream of, multiple that number by 1.5 to 2 times. You're always going to go over budget, even having a wife like mine that is so budget-minded, we still go over budget. So whatever you think that amount is, just multiple that by 1.5 at the minimum, okay? Trust me on this.
Plus VAT.
Plus VAT. Or under table money.
Oh, yeah, very important.
That's only in Thailand. Or
Brazil.
Sorry, we have Southeast Asian counterparts here. Number 2, local context, regulations. Like laws are different everywhere. Just because we're doing something doesn't mean you can do it in your own country, doesn't mean they can do it in another place. The building codes, the licenses, all those boring stuff are the most difficult things to get done with if you want to have a legitimate operation as a co-living or whatever they put you under the license. Like we have to jump through so many hoops just to get certified as a hotel in Thailand because there's no co-living license. And because we love people who stay less than 28 days, we have to have a hotel license, right? So make sure you understand local regulations. And the third one, know your neighbors.
Nice.
Your neighbors are either your sole enemy or your best friends. You're gonna host a bunch of foreigners in your place. They either love it or they hate it. If they hate it, I don't know how to help you.
You'll have strong enemies.
And if they love it, then your community vibe is going to be 10 times as good as you want it to be.
Yeah, and the great way is actually if you have local businesses, the way I did it was I literally went to speak with the local businesses, told them what we're doing, and then the first week then when it arrives, we go through the local businesses. We drink a lot of poncha. If you've been in Madeira, you know. If you haven't been, come to Madeira. Well, used to. But that's really good. I will add one that you actually told me today, which is build a business plan. So it's all very beautiful. It's all butterflies until you see the numbers. But it's not a business plan with 100% occupancy. It's a realistic business plan that you actually can see the numbers. And then after you see the numbers, you'll be realistically look at it. Do I want to build it? Because the numbers are sometimes very important. So it shouldn't be about guessing the numbers. You should know your numbers as any other business. And you should actually look at them even before you think about opening. I didn't, so please do it for me. Small details. So, beautiful people, we have time for questions. We have 8 minutes for questions. Anyone has questions for the best co-living owners of the world? We start here, then we go there.
Thanks. Thank you very much for your insight. I like the fact you talked about the neighborhood because that's the thing I was about to ask. You are educating like the foreigners who are coming about the culture, helping them, to integrate, understand like the manners and all. But what about the locals who are not ready, not choosing to have all those foreigners coming? And I wanted to ask you, that's part of how you decide the location when you open a co-living space. Do you study the environment and find like places where the locals are a little bit more open or willing to have those foreigners? Is that part of the process? Or basically, how do you pick the location?
I'll go very fast. I first build a community, then I build co-living space as a solution for accommodation. But that's very specific from me. Maria?
Well, for me, I lived in Montreal, so I decided to do it in Montreal, and I had very bad luck with the neighbor. The first co-living, the neighbor is terrible. Like, yeah. And and honestly, you can't guess, you can't know. Because she was running Airbnbs illegally, but wasn't happy about the co-living. But she was doing pool parties until 2 a.m., but we couldn't just have a meal outside without her complaining. She called the police and everyone, the construction mafia, everyone, so often that the police actually called her and asked her to stop calling because she was calling them for nothing. And the neighbors were telling me, like, over the years, I met a few neighbors, and they're like, "Oh, we didn't even know you were co-living. We know about your neighbors, though." So yeah, it's there's like a certain limit, more so in a dense city, to how you can control the neighbor. On the other side, like the other neighbors, we have absolutely no problem with. They actually don't even know much about us, other than the direct neighbors, of course. The second location, funny story, we're next to a rehab house. So they have very similar lifestyle as us. They just smoke a lot, and that's actually bad for us. So first thing I paid for was a fence, a $3,000 fence. Yeah, and they didn't accept to pay, well, they're renting, so it's a nonprofit organization. But in the end, we get along with them. They're fine. Like, they have a very similar lifestyle in the end. And it's okay other than the cigarette, but the fence helped that because they were kind of coming on our lands to smoke, so it wasn't convenient. Japan is another one, though, because I'm planning to open in Okinawa. And in Japan, the issue is that you really don't want to bother the neighbor. You have to be very respectful. So where Montreal, I was looking for a location near the transportation, near the fun, convenience. In Japan, actually, one of my first, of course I want to be near the beach, convenience stores, but another big deal is the neighborhood. So I was looking at how big the land is and how far the building can be to any neighbor. And the land that I end up picking is the one where there's a least neighbor. And I did talk to them. I did go there and I talked to them already, even before buying the land. And they were super welcoming. No one's been using that land for a long time. And again, who knows how they're going to react when it's actually happening. But I think the design is going to be done in a way where they wouldn't be even aware if we have a pool party or something.
Love it. Can I ask you just to be short so we can go to all the other questions? So did Seoul shows you or you showed Seoul?
Well, well, for city-wise, I had to be in Seoul, and then so that was why I actually started co-living, so that I could continue traveling while by having word coming into where I'm living. But well, Seoul is big, so I had to choose the neighborhood. Like many reasons, but one thing was that I can't make everybody happy, and then so just being true to myself, where I reconnected with the happiest memory in my life, where I thrived most, and then what I like, what I enjoy, by choosing that will attract people who understand that value. So I like vintage, I like being close to nature, I like old neighborhood, I like where people are living, like different generation and small street and all that. Somewhere that has more story and more connection, more friends. And I had already some good friends there who I can expect to get engaged into the community already. Yeah, those kind of, yeah.
Kind of like feeling almost.
Just two words, people management.
Ooh, like it. Very good. People management. Drop the bomb. We had a question back there, please. Guys, it's going to be 30 seconds answer from now on. Rapid fire. Thank you for running. This is the best.
Hey, yeah, so John mentioned that you have to create a business plan before you start a co-living. So I'm curious about some business-related questions, like are there rules of thumb for square meters per person? And even more importantly, the decision of renting versus buying. What opportunities are there regarding renting, and how can you find a place, or like should you not do that at all?
Renting versus buying depends on the place you want to set up the business and whether there is a resale value or what is the land appreciation or depreciation possibility. So that is a case-by-case basis. I've also spoken with investors who would be interested in these kind of projects, and really depends on how you pitch, right? Some people don't care about whether the operation is asset. Well, I mean, there's obviously preferences, right? So some people like businesses that are asset light, and some investors that like businesses that are asset heavy. And that depends on which way you want to go about doing it. But understand that operating a co-living space / lodging facility versus doing property like real estate management, those are two different skills, right? You need two different types of people to understand how to play those games. I, for example, am not a real estate person, so I shy away from those decisions. Whatever makes financial sense to me, I will make that. And in Chiang Mai, it doesn't make sense to buy the property, so I don't own the land.
Cool. Any other question, guys? Oh, perfect. Nobody has questions. Everybody will open code. No, wait a second. There's a question there, my lady. Can we have the microphone there? Thank you. It's the last question of today. Here. Yes.
No worries, it's not a question. Like I did on the other panel, I wanted to thank you because when we check the prices of the co-livings and it's expensive, we think, oh my God, these owners are making so much money. But thank you for telling us the truth. Like
I just forgot my Gucci
you put all your hard work in order to give us this.
I don't even have a watch.
What?
I'm rich. I'm doing better.
No,
You have an Apple Watch.
You've convinced us that you're speaking your truth. So
Oh, no, we have a
for
job.
showing.
Most of us have a job, actually.
Yeah.
And we
Most
run
of
it.
us have an actual source of revenue.
But actually, I think something very important. Thank you so much. I think it's beautiful what you said. It's very important for people to understand. But I also, honestly, I think we need to do a better job. I think John is correct. I think what's missing on this side is we are entering hospitality with zero hospitality experience. Most of us. I know nothing about hospitality. Here's my co-living space. I've been to many, so I guess this is how you do it. So no business. Everything they said I shouldn't do, I did. Although I had good neighbors, thanks God. That was the only thing that saved me. But the reality is we need to get more educated. So my last advice for everybody, just finishing with 3 tips, would be get educated. There are many resources nowadays. I know Guy Perdrix is doing an incredible job with the Co-Living University, something like that. There are consultants. There are people like ready to help for the right price. Sometimes you just have to pay them the lunch. Sometimes you have to pay them a consulting fee, but it will spare you many thousands of euros, dollars, yen, whatever, if you just talk with the right people before and if you get educated before the launch. This is a business. It can be a great business. It can be a bad business. But if you do it, in my opinion, you should do it properly because nobody wants to see co-living spaces open and close. What we want to see is, I want to see the same co-living space for the next 20 years. I want to go there and see the evolution that is happening with John, like it's happening with Sende. Sende is a rural co-living space in the north of Spain. They're operating for like 8 years in a village in the mountains of Spain. This is what we want to see. We don't want to see co-living spaces opening and closing. So just to finish, get your shit together. Make sure you study. Make sure you follow all these tips that they shared. And thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, guys. Well done. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Alrighty, thank you guys for staying till the very end of the conference. These are the true troopers who have stayed with us. So I brought over Tony and Stefanos because this is the closing of the conference for today. So please give a huge round of applause to the speakers of just now, our wonderful MCs, and most importantly to you guys.
Congratulations, everyone. We made it to the end.
We did. I hope you did learn a lot and hear lots of interesting things. Is that a thing to say? I hope you heard lots of interesting things. Cool. How do you say, motto, the title, the whole concept of this conference was to co-create and celebrate. English. Co-create and celebrate a global community in Asia. So that was the whole theme of everything. I hope you guys felt a little bit of that. This isn't the end of the whole conference. So we also have art venue happening tomorrow. Do y'all know how to get there?
Oh, I see people nodding.
Okay, there are some
good.
people who can take the lead.
Yeah.
You just go outside, hit the lake, and then follow along. And it's along that route that you will find the barbecue venue that is happening in now. So we can continue with the connecting and all of the idea sharing there. We will get out of our wonderful kimonos and join you there promptly. Tomorrow at the art venue, which is right next to today's barbecue, there'll be unconferences. So I think you also found like post-its on the whiteboard and things. That is actually kind of the real juice of this conference, where you can actually connect with each other over really interesting things. So please don't make sure to miss Please English, guys. I brought 2 very capable people, and I'm doing all the speaking. Could you help me talk about the conference?
You're doing great, great.
It's a great opportunity to connect. Every time in these events that we do in a conference, this is where everything is happening, because all these people have the opportunity to share their expertise, and you will be able to talk to them. So please don't miss the unconferences. I truly believe there is so much value in that event tomorrow. So please join us for one more day, one more push of energy until we get through with this conference, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. And the Artist Cafe is a lot more close. It's not like this big stage where you're just looking up at people. It's more so let's connect heart to heart. So please don't make sure to miss it. Oh, right. So I have been told that, so the conference is being hosted by CU Asia, and I've been told that they are going to work tirelessly tonight, sorting through all of the topics and announce ASAP. So I'm hoping that they will announce it in the WhatsApp group. Have you all joined the WhatsApp group? Okay, so let's make sure to keep our eyes on there, and most likely there's going to be some sort of announcement tonight or tomorrow morning. Yeah, we hope it gives you even more reason to show up, right? It's like, is my topic going to be chosen?
Also, they are all happening in a certain window, so it's not like it's from 9 a.m. until 6 p.m. and you don't know. They're all happening in the afternoon, so you know which time to be ready.
All right, well, there's no other questions around.
Yep.
Let's wrap it up.
Yep. So, and don't forget, so the barbecue, and tomorrow there's going to be a beach, what would I call it, party?
Yes,
so
the evening party will be at Momochihama Beach, at the beach venue. It's going to be not a barbecue, apparently.
Oh,
it's
sorry,
going to
it's
be
not a barbecue, sorry.
Evening soiree. What does a soiree mean?
Soiree. It's French. It's very
So again,
nice
last
word.
friendly
French,
reminder, if you haven't, what would I say? Book it, just go to the official website and please book it as soon as possible.
Yep, we hope to see all you troopers there at the barbecue tomorrow and tomorrow evening's activities. So before we wrap up, we would love to give a very warm thank you to our sponsors and partners for helping us make this happen, to our wonderful speakers and MCs who made it also happen on stage, and then finally but not least, wait, I can't even speak. We have loads of volunteers and the production team in the back side just making everything happen. So a big thanks to them. And finally, to all of you, thank you so much for joining us for this big conference today. Thank you so much, you guys. Okay. ありがとうございました。
Woo! Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much. See you at the barbecue, you guys.
Let's have fun at the barbecue. Let's go.
Woohoo!